Alright, let's hope we don't have any camera problems today. I'm gonna... You know what? What if I clip this? Will this even work? What if I did something like this? No, this probably looks way worse. Also, I don't think there's any way I could get this to, like, stay here. No, yeah, this won't work. Well, it was worth a shot. I mean, alternatively, I could put this back over here and then just never be able to read those tabs on my screen. This is also not bad. But no, I think we'll not change things around. That's what I'm learning right now. Yeah, every once in a while I got this thing looking pretty good. I can't figure out how to do it now. I just love messing with cameras on stream, by the way, guys. Nothing I like more. Alright, whatever. We'll leave it like this for now. Yeah. Oh man, hey Timber. Yeah, I find this ridiculous, by the way. I mean, I believe it, everything, but like, wow. I started streaming on September 8th. So for you to be in chat 16 days after I started streaming, since just straight, that has been crazy. I really appreciate the support and everything. Wow. Okay, well, let's get to work. And good morning, everybody. Echo, Rug. Wait, 99 days again. What? No, I changed this. Did I not hit save changes? No! I didn't hit save. Oh man, hopefully that gets updated for the VOD. Alright, so now update VOD title so that it says 100 days. Yeah, and yesterday was the 6 month. Um, Yesterday was the 6 month mark. Stop stream and start again. It's not worth it for that, I think. And it might get updated. What special stuff is going to happen on day 100? So today is nothing special, but this weekend I'm going to actually be playing a game that you guys have been voting on. So I think throughout today I'm going to need to link this in. Yeah, and people want me to play Factorio. I shouldn't have even allowed this. Oh, there's some PC game. So that's number one. Number two is Super Mario 64. And number three is Pokemon. And number four is Bomberman. So all great choices. Maybe. See, if I wasn't, if Botland was like a part-time thing, I would like to do, I'd like to do everything. I'd like to stream myself playing games. I'd like to stream myself making games. But I don't have that kind of time. Or rather, I don't have that kind of energy. And so it'll just be that day. Did I create this? No, no way. No, I just used a generator for this. Yeah, the ASCII art I can make is very simple. Here, let me show you. There. It's a stupid looking smiley face. Oh. Yeah, that didn't work. There. Hello. Please kill me. That's what this thing is saying. That's why you don't want me making ASCII art. All great choices, he's saying, because I put them in. No, actually, there are some on that list that I thought like I'd play, but I don't necessarily want to play. Crystalis is actually one of them. Zelda 1 is kind of another one. I don't know. It all depends on what people want to see. Okay. Send help smiley. I'm trapped in Adam's Sublime. All right, so I put my vault file in GroupVer's vault. Do I have any outstanding commits? Nope. All right, it needs to be in GroupVer/dir named after a group vault. However, I need to either make a new group that requires this or I need to follow the advice here. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to need to do at some point today is start up these VMs. So let's do that. I also got an email from Amazon saying that your estimated bill this month is going to exceed your budget, or 50% of your budget. I've been charged $1.11 so far. Route 53 has somehow cost me $1.01. That sounds wrong. I could probably look at this online. All right, so let's see what we got here. So $1.11, and the breakdown is somehow, you see this? $1 and a penny? What's the penny for? But anyway, I'm spending everything on Route 53. How do you check your usage again? I forgot how to do this. Let me take a look off screen for a sec. Data transfer. Oh, here's how. I think I can show this on screen. Yeah, let's see. Hey, Chief. Hey, Ivory, thanks. Okay, so data transfer is pretty small. Okay, that's fine. EC2 is, I'm at 58 hours. And elastic load balancing is at 43 hours. I'm gonna write this stuff down just so that I can have it. EC2 is at 58 hours. So this is as of now. EC2 is at 58 hours. Bandwidth I don't really care about. Key management service is at 93 requests. What else do we have here? RDS. RDS is at 40 hours, but that doesn't matter, I don't think. Also, I'm storing 269 megabytes, which, by the way, is the sum of two perfect squares. I don't think I should be storing that much. I don't have anything in the database. That's all metadata, I guess. All right, so yeah, 2 hosted zones. Just by making that private one, I got charged. And then 40 cents per 1 million queries for the first billion queries. Oh, wow, I have a lot of DNS queries. 2420 DNS queries. So that's 1 penny. And you get charged 40 cents for, what was it? 1 million requests. At this rate, I'm going to be spending 2 pennies pretty soon. All right, simple notification. I'm not using this. What is this? First 1,000 are free. Yeah, what is this though? Hey, Mr. Cheap. No more honey sticks for Adam. Okay, what else do we have here? This is probably my budget emails. Simple storage service, 11 requests. This is for EBS, I believe. CT to be collected. What does CT mean? What is CT? Something tax? CT to be collected. What does that mean? This is totally not helpful. I don't know what that means, but it's $0. GST, is that general sales tax? No, US sales tax, 10 cents. And then VAT, I know VAT is something that we don't have to deal with here. So maybe this is just tax for another country. Oh, and thanks for following, Mr. Cheap. Ivory says, do you know what multi-view control is? Someone at the company I have my internship said something about that being used in ASP.NET. I don't. I haven't used ASP.NET, and I very rarely use PHP. How do I stay alive while working on Botland? So I had savings going into this that are spending, that's what I'm using on Botland. And then for just day-to-day life, my wife has a job, and that has an income. So my wife is supporting me right now. Is Bing ever useful? Yeah. Actually, Bing paid for $15 of my computer just by me doing searches and getting Bing rewards. That was pretty nice. Also, out of curiosity, I have to check Ivory. Oh, wow. Been here for a while. And yes, I do have an amazing wife. I'm sure she'd be glad to hear that. Here, I will write this down. She can see it later today. Okay, so I just wanted to check the bill because it said that I might be exceeding cost this month, and it doesn't look like I will be. It projects it based on how quickly this number rises from 0, and it doesn't actually take into account what it is you're doing. So, well, it doesn't seem to. So like Route 53, I had a hosted zone here, then I have 2 hosted zones here. So I guess it thinks that I'm going to have 4 hosted zones here, and that's not how that works. I'm only going to have 1 from now on. So yeah, hopefully I can charge more. I also don't know where that money's coming from. I should really figure that out. Where my AWS bill is going. Yeah, it's not a good idea to not have that information. All right. Okay, so yeah, getting back to this. Wait, no, there's something else I need to do first. Yeah, that's right. Set up today. Phantom today. So today, let's take a look at the list. Fixing up the vault stuff. This is vault stuff. Initialize the database. Test basic account server on AWS. I think I did that. Change REST server so that it ensures via promise it can connect to the database. So some minor fix up of the REST server. Then, yeah, okay. So Adam is continuing to work on the account servers. Day 100. Adam is continuing to work on the account servers. And let me paste in that straw poll as well. Okay, Adam is continuing to work on the account servers. Type this for basic information. Last updated. There, great. Okay, wait, let me see. So yeah, here. Mostly lurking as I'm always programming myself while watching streams. Oh, well, cool. Yeah, it's good to see you. I like it. I'm totally fine with people lurking. I have no problem with people lurking forever. I'm always curious when I see a name that I haven't seen before. How long have they been in chat? And when I see 18 hours, I'm like, oh, wow, okay. What else? And hey, Wheatley. Let's see. How'd you make that 100-day ASCII art? Oh, I used a website for this. On a serious note, is this all the JS we're going to see today because of games? No, games aren't happening today. Games are happening on Saturday. And hey, Fade. So, and that's what the poll should say too, actually. Let's take a look. Yeah, Adam will be streaming himself playing a game for once on Saturday, March 12th. So the celebration of today is on Saturday. So remember, pick which game you want, or games. You can vote on however many you want. And currently, Super Mario 64 and Pokemon are kind of winning. Yes, other PC games in the lead, and the majority of those people are saying Factorio, but I don't own that game. I just wanted to get a gauge for what people want to see. When's the Minecraft thing happening? I'm going to give you a tentative time, although I'm actually going to ask the stream at some point about this. It'll probably be... maybe March 26th. I'm not sure. The celebration for today is on Saturday. I don't know if I said that, but that's what I meant. And thanks for the follow. Mukrills? Is that an L? Yes, that's an L. I doubt that's how you pronounce that name. Okay, great. So I put the vault file in here. It needs to be in there. And then I also need to take a look at this. So this gave me this suggestion. It'll try to load it for any group it encounters. If you split this into one for home group and another for home secure, then it'll try not to use it. So I think I should have in... how will I do this? There's prodhost.ini. So maybe... Let's take a look at what's currently the case. This is in Ansible Group Var's vault. Right, okay, so currently the vault is in Ansible / Group Vars. So it's going to try to be loaded for everything. I only want it loaded for production account servers for right now. Actually, that's not even true. I only want to load it for production for right now. So I think, how do I ensure that this gets done correctly? I think I just put it in the prod folder, right? I think that all I have to do is put it in the prod folder. Do I even have this? I have prod.yaml here. Oh, right. So this is where I need to split things up. Okay. Where's the party hats and balloons? Oh, yeah, that's right. I was supposed to wear a cool hat today. I don't own any hats. So, yeah, I can't do that. By the way, I can probably set up a Discord group for Botland if you'd like. Watcher, apparently one's been set up. I have not even looked at it. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with that. If I don't use this, perhaps I should use another group. I need to figure out why I might want this. I did vote for other PC games, just not knowing which game that would be. Well, Ivory, what would you want to see? Like, imagine I had every PC game in the world. Which would you want to see me play? Oh, a nice noob for lunch. Hype, 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 hype. Alright, I think I just need to put this in the prod folder. Let's try this out. So I'm going to make a dev folder, an infra folder, a prod folder, and then vars need to be loaded for everything. Not actually, that's not true. No, yeah, so let's move this stuff around. We're going to put this into prod, and we can't rename two things at once. Wait, what happened here? Here we go. Okay, so we just type prod / not good. Not good. That did not say good. Why did that not work? Prod. Okay, well that one worked. Why is it saying this? What is going on? / prod / I could have sworn I typed that the first time. Alright, well anyway, these things need to get renamed into main.yaml in all these different places. So I need to do /dev / main.yaml. Good. Then this goes into /infra / main.yaml. And then this goes into /prod / main.yaml. Okay, so that should all be set up. I think that's all I need to do. So I haven't changed any of the files. I just moved them around. Let's try this out. So moved Ansible files around in such a way that the vault should only be needed by production deploys. Production tasks? Production tasks. Which is like initializing the database, which means that this information won't exist in dev, except for it might. Wait, yeah. I might need to call this vars. I don't actually know. To figure out how this works. Okay, Wate. Hey, Amber. And yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's pretty nice to see how everything's grown in this time. And I have this command in chat. It launches Twinge and Social Blade. And if you're curious, you can always check out stats. You can take a look at your favorite streamers and see how they're doing on this sort of thing too. So on Twinge, I think one of the interesting things is if you click growth and then this, it just keeps incrementing for however many days go by. So last 183 days is the lifetime of this stream. You can actually see there's a pretty harsh drop from the beginning of the stream until here, and then I started to build up. And if we can trust that this will keep growing, then let's see, this was December and this is March. So in another 3 months or so, I should be kind of back to where I started on day one, which also makes sense because summer vacation is coming up and that means a lot more people watching Twitch. And this has always been very steady. And for some reason, new views has actually been increasing faster lately. So the slope of this section right here has been faster. And then this still has me at a C+. Detailed stats, I don't know what it'll show me here. Oh, the follower change. It always feels bad when I have like -2, -1, -1, -2. Because the thing is, those are usually days that I'm not streaming. Yeah, like this was Sunday, for example. And 2 people must have gone into the list and decided to unfollow me, which is something I don't think happens on Twitch. Or maybe 2 accounts got banned and it stops counting me as being followed by them. I don't know. Summer vacation. Oh man, wow, too. I said like 3 months from now. Summer vacation is probably starting 2 months from now for some people, right? I think there's probably a decent amount of people who get out of school in May. But I don't know. I think it was usually June for us. Was it? Actually, I don't even remember. Moved Ansible files around in such a way that the vault should only be needed by production tasks. So, yeah, I haven't tested this yet. So we have to test it. You got 4 months? What, you get out in July? Wow. That seems harsh. Alright, so Debian 1, Botland infra, git pull. This is probably going to complain about something being outstanding here. No, it didn't. Okay, so now I should have, if I do ff vault, this should be inside the prod folder. What's this? What's that doing there? Git log, is that a thing? Yeah. So, can I do git log on a certain file? Git log ansible group vars prod vault. That works. Great. So what, account servers? Is this tracked? It shouldn't be tracked. It's not. So let's rm that file. Last day of school for me is June 7th. Last day of school for me is July 8th. Mine would be July 20th. Wow, okay. Wait, so when do you guys go to school? If you get out in July 8th, July 20th, does that mean you don't start until October, or do you just have a shorter summer vacation? Huh. How many months did we have? It always flew by, I remember that. September. Wow. So you get a month and a half off. That's not very much. Then again, that was kind of the problem. If you got something like 2.5 or 3 months off, what did you do during that time? In America, you can't even have a job in some places until you're, I think, like 15 years old. So if you're 13, you can't get a part-time job and you're off for 2 or 3 months. I guess you just play video games and watch Twitch. Wow, Wouter. You get like a month and 2 weeks off. Huh. Okay, well, I've learned some more about your guys' summer vacations now. So let's test this out. We're going to connect to Debian 2. We shouldn't have anything running here. And I should be able to use... Let me think about this. So here's the test. Dev script shouldn't ask for password. Prod script should ask for it. And I won't have it for the prod script. But if we run bash ansible dev, let's test this out. I don't know what this is gonna do. Sudo password, but it didn't say, yeah, host file is empty. So I need to modify dev host. This is 1.26. Let's just set this up as an account server. Now let's paste that in here too. So if we run this, it should connect to that. Yeah, it didn't ask for a vault password. Okay, that's the big thing I wanted to test there. I guess the other thing is, does this work? Which isn't super important. Not yet, at least. Not for this task. It is pretty important eventually. I need this to work, of course. Let's see. Alright, pool was destroyed repeatedly. Why was it destroyed? It's probably because I'm using fake info here. E not found. Groups database 0. Oh, I never specified a database. Interesting. Yeah, so I don't know where to put this exactly, but if I don't specify a database, then this equates to nothing and gets passed in as that specific string. I should see if there's an Ansible level check for this variable. Oh, 18 until you can get paid? Huh. You can leave school. Excited for the party, Adam. Yep, I sure do look excited. Where'd you get the Botland EULA and privacy policy? And I know the page needs some work. I didn't write it. My lawyer wrote it. So I hired a lawyer to do this. How is that straw poll doing? Yeah, I'll look at it later, actually. Yeah, so I want to figure that out. This is pretty much fine. I just need to specify a database. It shouldn't still be trying to do this, though. That's the issue. Oh, it's because it's starting okay. So we need to do BL stop here. Okay, good. So that worked. Now let's try running. Let's do prod host. Yeah, this is fine. I just want to make sure if it asks me for a vault password. So if we run Ansible prod here, this should ask me for it. Syntax error. Error appears to have been. Oh no, the vault has a problem? Oh no. I was hoping this wouldn't be the case. Alright, well, you know what this means. You probably actually don't know what it means. But what it means is that I need to edit the vault on my other screen. So hang on a second. Let me load this up. Where's the vault? Vault is there. Okay, cannot show this on screen. What did, oh darn it. I don't remember the line it said had a problem, but it shouldn't matter. I should be able to just verify this myself. All of this looks fine. I have quotation. Oh, there's the problem. The password has quotation marks in it. I don't know how to do this then. Man, Ansible or YAML escape quotation marks. Man, that was stupid. Huh? What? Adam, I thought this might help you a lot. Isn't this the waterfall method? That's a free tidbit from CS 101. Wow, thanks. I really appreciate this. All right. So how do you escape escaped characters? Here we go. Wait, am I even? Yeah, this is the YAML spec. All non-printable characters must be escaped. YAML escape sequences use the slash notation. Each escape sequence must be part. Why? Huh. That's curious. They show that these links are links only by highlighting the last, or underlining the last two letters of the link. And then you can hover over it. That's weird. Laughing in the back of class and now people are giving me looks. Going back to summer vacation, I do have loads of snippets of days off. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Let's see what you've got here. I was gonna say in America you get like a winter break and a spring break, and maybe there's something else there, and that's like 2 weeks of time. Let's see. Wait, these are all just individual days. Oh no, not this one. April 30th to May 8th. Oh, you actually don't get that much time off then, huh? Yeah, that is strange. Maybe you're all smarter. Okay, so part of the other thing I realized is I have backslashes in here too. I shouldn't have made passwords with backslashes and... Oh, wait a second, it doesn't matter. I can just take these out of the password because nothing else is using this password. I can just make up a new character for it. Yes, we have the technology. Okay, let me do this. So I'm gonna edit these passwords. Be gone backslash. Let's put in this character instead. And also quote, let's put in that character. Yeah, good. Okay, now I just need to make these changes over here. So I've got to put in the same characters I just put in. Hopefully I can remember what they are. And then we save this file. And now I can turn on my keyboard camera again. Yeah, okay. Alright, and let's remove anything from my clipboard that might have been there. Alright, so we're back in good shape. So let's load up the vault. Group vars vault. No such file or directory. What? Oh, it's prod/vault. Also, how do I fix this issue here? Oh, you know what? In 12 hours, my computer's going to automatically update to Windows 10, and that should apparently fix this. So I don't think I'm going to worry about this any longer. We have 3 regions for vacations. Happen to be in the area that gets its vacation around the middle of the year. Oh, interesting. Rug says, I haven't been told when I break up. What? Well, what does that mean? Should I be concerned? How do I get that more out of there? I guess I just change this to cat. Yeah. So now we copy paste this into the vault. Perfect. Now we commit that. Change the passwords in the vault such that they don't contain bad characters, e.g. and slash. Why auto upgrade? Why is there a schedule? I don't know. My computer told me, hey, I'm gonna upgrade on Wednesday at 11 p.m. Is that okay with you? And I'm like, yeah, whatever, fine. Okay, so now if I git pull this, no, I'm gonna need to revert the rm git pull. Nice. Now we run this command, and it should be, darn it. Just when you think you're through. Okay, well. Oh, we don't get told when we break up from school, only up to the current term. Oh, I see. Break up means something different in America. So we're celebrating day 100 with something that is free to everyone, just so Adam doesn't feel guilty over accepting it, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think this is a good way to celebrate. I think, well, yeah, I think it's a good way to celebrate. Okay, so I gotta edit this vault again, which means I gotta take this off screen again. I'm sorry about this. I gotta turn that off too. I don't know where I had this error though. It said what exactly? Line 5, column 39. Let me take a look at this. Line 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Column 39. Oh, there's another backslash. Ugh. That's stupid. I shouldn't have to change this stuff. Okay, so I think we're good. I think I can go back to showing this on screen. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So here's the new vault. Why can't I select the way I want to select? There we go. Okay, so I paste this into the vault. And then I check that in. Hey, Tupper Box. Oh, I'm saying that an upgrade to Win 10 is your present. Oh, I see. I missed that. Alright, so when making the last commit, I missed one backslash character in one of the passwords. Oh, speaking of which, man, I'm sorry. I know this is... I tried to do this last night so that I wouldn't have to do this now. I know how I missed this. There we go. And I did do this last night. I just didn't realize there were backslashes and quotes in my password. And now we should be good to go. Hey, Darkstorm. Okay. Yeah, so let's try this out. Let's remove the vault, then git pull, and then try one more time. We should be okay for this to work. Good. Perfect. Okay, so what if I did not specify the password here? If I did Ansible playbook install all -i prod host. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, we're good. Back in business. Are you sure having a blank line is okay? Yeah, that's fine. Whew. Okay, so this is fixed. That means this is fixed. So if I don't specify a database, then groups database 0 equates to nothing. So how do I ensure that a variable exists? Ansible ensure variable is set. Ensure hosts exist or something like that. How do I do this? Ensure group contains member. It's very hard to search for things about Ansible. It always brings up the main documentation. Is there a way to check and raise an error if this thing fails? There are defaults for variables. So having a default is one thing, I guess, but what I'm doing in the account server, where is this thing? Where did I put this? Maybe in a init database? Yep, I'm confused. Let's just search for this. There we go. Yeah, so here's the thing. Main.yaml, I have this in here. What I want is, if this doesn't equate to something, for this thing to just fail. Because this needs to be set. Otherwise, the account server can't start up. So I wonder how I do that. Let's search Google. Ansible ensure host group. Ensure a particular line is in a file. Conditionals. Oh, so maybe I can fail something if this variable is not set. How to run a task when variable is undefined. When foo is defined. Ah, there we go. Okay, so I can just have this fail. That group 0 feels dirty for me. I'm not sure how else I would do this. Maybe there's a better way. But What I'm doing here is that there should only ever be one database, or rather one front end to the database. I'm not sure. I guess eventually, no matter how many databases there are, the account server should be able to know about it. But I figured I would just update the Ansible script when that happens. I wonder how else you would do this. So here's the scenario I have. When I set up an account server locally, it needs to know the address of the database. I figured the best way to do this was to put the database into the inventory file. I think your problem is on another level. It could be. That way, maybe. I don't know. I think I'm fine with this for right now. You see Ansible completely from the provisioning level, which is not the real intention of Ansible. Oh, you're saying the problem is like 4 levels higher. Okay, never mind. As is seen in your tasks, which is a bad name. I guess I'm supposed to be looking at things more from roles. So like, here's a web server and here's what are things about a web server. Whereas I'm looking at this as a deployment tool. Interesting. Yeah. I think I should do this tomorrow then. Definitely consider getting that Ansible book. The task is ensure that it's set in this way. Okay, I'll copy this stuff for now, and I'll consider changing this stuff. With the trend how social media is going, do you think the word mugshot will be replaced with selfie? Wheatley. I hope you're not just copy pasting these jokes from somewhere else. Hey Naro, and thanks. That's why in many examples there is a state present or something like that. Ansible does everything it can to archive that desired state. Interesting. Yeah, and I haven't even looked at that Ansible state. This is for one particular module. Conditionals. State equals running. Interesting. I want to make sure that certain things are up to date, which I guess it needs to do an operation on each time. Okay. Aww. Thanks, Wouter. You've gotten apparently 6 upvotes from me now. And the names of the examples is mentioned that this script ensure. Well, what? In the names of the examples is mentioned that this script ensure a thing not doing anything like. Yeah, I mean, this is why I originally loaded this up. If I understand you correctly. Sometimes you want to skip a particular task. I wonder if I can cause an error if something's not set. files. How does this work if the operating system was sent to us? Just a reminder, it may cause some of your problems. Yeah, I need to keep that in mind. And I need to probably dig into this a little bit more. I think one of the things I want to do is... Oh, there's a fail. Oh, neat. Yeah, so this is what I want. Ansible fail module. Fail with custom message. Yeah, cool. So this is what I want. And it's in init database, I think. Or wherever my find results had told me about this. Right here. But this is not a task. It's only things that need to use the database host that would need this. So where is database host used? In init database and in account servers. So we need this set up here. So failing out display requires the database host to be set. And it's just database host. So we can just say database host is not defined. So that's one place. And then the other place is in here. Okay, and that should be it. Let's try this out before I run this again. So what had I run over here? It was Ansible dev that did this. So if I go modify the account server tasks, so let's do ff main.yaml vim roles account servers tasks main pull botland account server. Yeah, and if we just put this in here, looks good. Whoops. Okay, let's try that out. So this is not set. If I try running it, Ansible local or Ansible dev, it should say it's not set and immediately fail. Wait, what? What's this? Task fail. And it says skipping. That doesn't seem correct. Fail is requested from task. This. Huh. So it said skipping here. I want this thing to actually cause an error though. Doesn't seem like that happens, despite that's what I would expect fail to do. Fails the progress with a custom message. Can be useful for bailing out. Oh, required? Yeah, no. Never mind. All I have is message to work with here. And there's a when, but the when is not defined. Oh, it is defined, I think. Right? It didn't. Yeah, it is defined. That's the problem. The issue is that it's defined to be this, which is the real issue here. Okay. So what I really want to do is check to see if this thing is defined. The rabbit hole goes deeper. So we change this. This is definitely hacky. Chief says, yeah, I hate time zones. Watched some of the VOD of the last 3 hours from yesterday. Had to watch the whole database in it. Yep. Well, I eventually got it, and I think I learned from it. The problem is, it's hopefully not ephemeral learning, but I think it might be, where it's like, oh yeah, I had this problem years ago. What did I do to fix it then? Okay, So this is this works. This is just stupid. This is not a good way of doing things. Okay, so let's write this down in the Ansible note. I'll say failing out if a variable isn't set. Ansible provides a fail module by default in its core that will simply raise an error if a condition is true. So I used it like this. Thanks, Dawsomer. Yeah, it's been a nice voyage. Okay. So the issue is that this is defined, it's just defined to something silly, and I can't have this fail since this is a variable file. I could have some task, I don't know. This seems stupid. I wonder how I should do this better then. So in here, I set this. Oh, see you, Walter. Okay, so I set this. This means that no matter what, database host is going to be set after this, but possibly just to garbage if groups database doesn't exist. So solution number one is check groups database 0 in scripts that need it. This is bad if I ever change database host to something that's hard coded. This is bad if I ever change database host to something that's not based on a group, or if I pass in an extra variable. Solution number 2 is change how I specify the database host. Hey Zans, thanks. Actually, yesterday was the 6-month anniversary for the stream. So it's been 6 months and 1 day. A half year. So the issue here is that this is not a full solution. I don't know how I would change the database host. I guess, for example, I could just specify it as an IP address or a string that needs to be passed in on the command line. Because I don't use database anywhere. I think this should have just been a variable. I think that's the issue. Let's search for, this is actually a terrible search to do. Let's search for the folder. So if I go to infra, Ansible, do I have a database folder in here? No, I don't. Okay, so then I think I can just pass this in as a variable. Adam, I really like your approach to programming. Where did you learn to write about scenarios and potential solutions and explain why you chose a solution? Is there a book you can read about that? I started doing this about 5 or 6 years ago. Phonetic mind. I started doing it about 5 or 6 years ago because what I found is that, and I've described this once before, you start out trying to accomplish task X. You run into problem Y. You try solution A. You try solution B. Now you gain some information somehow, maybe by trying solution B. Now solution A will work. Now solution A will work. But you don't try it again because you think it won't, because you forgot some detail. So you try solution C, then D, then E, then finally you get back to A. It works now that you have more information. So, and then by that time, it's okay. So finally you finish this and you kind of pop all this off the stack and you're like, where was I on task X again? I find that by having notes, I can kind of bypass a lot of this stuff right here. So when I try a solution and I try another solution and then I gain information, I can say, okay, does that affect the first one? Does it affect the second one? I don't know for sure that this is overall worthwhile to do, but I think it's helpful. Heroes 3 with viewers on day 100? What? Heroes 3? Is this? I don't know. Okay. Need about 100 more tries, but okay. Okay, so yeah, I think I just make this into a variable. Oh, Heroes of Might and Magic. I think, okay, I played a game a long time ago. Heroes of Might and Magic, Game Boy Color, I want to say. Yeah, this was it. It was just called Heroes of Might and Magic. Is this the one? Yep. Yeah, so I played this game. I liked this game. Wait, did I ever play 2? I don't think so. I played whatever this one is. Alright, so I think... Yeah. I'm going to go with this. So right now I have a database here. I guess I just changed this so that prod vars. How did I do this? Prod main? Yeah, this. I say database host is db.bot.land. And then anywhere I need to use this, I can make sure that it's set. So that's done. Now prod host can get rid of this. And then dev host can also get rid of this. And dev host needs to set it somewhere too. But it needs to set it to an IP address. Yeah, I think I just set it on the fly. Yeah. Oh yeah, Heroes of Might and Magic is one of those series that has a lot of different games in it. What are they up to now? Like 7, 8. Okay, so let's write this down. This means that when I run locally, I'm going to need to specify the database host every time. It's not so bad, I guess. Where's the fail module? Here it is. So database host is not defined. That's good, and that's good. Yeah, okay. I think this is reasonable. So then do I ever use database in YAML files? Here, what is this doing? What is this doing? This should be deleted. It's coming from infra. Yeah, no, this needs to be set somewhere else. Is there anywhere else I needed to do this? No, that's it. Hey, Andrew. I'm doing well. And did Twitch just die or was it my internet? I probably can't answer that. I don't have any drop frames. But then again, there's been issues almost every day. 7 is coming out this year. Oh wow, came up last year. Yeah, they're chugging right along. Soon they'll be in Final Fantasy numbers of sequels. What was the last Final Fantasy game released? I know 14 was online. Was 15 actually released? I don't think so. Final Fantasy 15 release date. Yeah, it sounds like it's not out yet. But then again, everybody knows the next Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy 7. I have tried to identify which of my friends have PS4s so that I can play that game, or at least watch them play it. Alright, database host. That's set up for prod. It needs to be set up for dev as well, but it needs to be passed in for dev. And then it'll bail out if we don't have it. Okay, so to prevent using, I'll say changed Ansible scripts so that database host is now a variable instead of a group, since nothing was being done on the database hosts as a group. Rather, the account servers are in charge of managing it. This means that Ansible dev.sh cannot be run for account servers without specifying an extra variable of the database host. Adam, I've been using JSON web tokens in my project. How long did JWT token last before they expire in Botland? I think they're set to a day. I haven't really tweaked that a lot. I could find out. What is this? Yeah, so JWT, is that how you even do this? No, it's like JWT.sign. Here we go. And options are passed in here. Expires in 1 day. Yeah, I think I make them all expire in a day. And I might change that later. The way I looked at it is, if someone's token ever got out, someone else would need to use it within a day. Yeah, I'm not sure. I need to weigh the pros and cons of changing it later. Okay, so change Ansible script so the database host is now a variable instead of a group, since nothing was being done on the database host as a group. Rather, the account servers are in charge of managing it. This means that Ansible dev.sh cannot be run for account servers without specifying an extra variable of the database host. Okay, let's try this out. So on this machine, I need to do a, actually, let's do a git reset hard, and then a git pull. So I have everything now. I need to modify dev host so that this is an account server, 192.168.126. And then same thing, this goes here. And now I want to run Ansible dev. This should fail. But it'll fail after something like 6 or 7 steps. There we go, bailing out. This play requires the database host to be set. Okay, I'm going to change something briefly. The database host. We're going to change this to, we're going to change it to this. There are only 2 of these places, yeah. So we're just going to change this to that. There. But I don't need to rerun this or anything. So next, we're going to do this, but we're going to pass in extra variables. So this is where having the shell script is finally getting a little bit unwieldy. Because all this was to do was to make it so I don't need to remember these parameters any longer. And now I'm going to need to either edit it every time, or I'm going to need to extend the shell script such that I can pass in new ones on the fly. But if I do just pass in extra vars, database host equals 192.168.1.26, this should now work. Whoops, where's bash? Let's check it out. And I can run logs over here to make sure that it's working. Yeah. Okay, so it starts up and then it says pool was destroyed repeatedly. This usually means it can't connect to the database. Could not connect. Access denied for user, Adam at whatever. It probably hasn't been set up, which is totally fine. So let's get out of here, go to screen, re-go into that BL deploy. So we'll type BL deploy here. Command not found. It's kind of strange that that happens. I think screen doesn't run my bash profile. I think that my bash profile isn't being sourced when I run screen. I need to figure that out. What did I miss? Look at the passwords with hosts, like yesterday. Oh yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna be wasting a bunch of time on this. I just wanted to. So MySQL-root-p password. Use MySQL select user comma host from user. So Adam is allowed to connect from %. And where am I trying to connect over here? This should just be logs. It says access denied for this, and I only have one Adam entry, right? Yes. Okay, so then it could mean that my password is set incorrectly. Let's try logging in from here with that password. MySQL-h 192.168.126-u Adam-password equals password. I think this has to be dash dash. That worked. Okay, so as long as my password's being set correctly, then I should be fine. That should come from the dev variables. Where are dev variables? Here. Database password, database root password. That's peculiar. Okay, I'm gonna just print out what the password is. Yeah, let's do that. I think that's the easiest thing to do at this point. Central server source vim main.js. Oh, this was transpiled code. Okay, well let's print this out here, I guess. Console.log this database password, and we want this same thing with, wait, where's the root password? There is no root password? Database password. Oh, I only need the database password. Okay, yeah, then we can try this out. So then I just need to update one other thing, which is find file pull vim roles account servers tasks pull. I need to just comment out this entire file. Yep. Let's just do this stuff then. There. Comments have changed into just deleting stuff. Alright, so that should have run. Now we can look at the logs again, assuming I saved this file. No write since last change. I never saved this. Okay, well then we need to run this again, and then the logs. Okay, here we go. So we'll at least see what the password is, and if it's not the word password, then there's a problem. Why is this not starting? Oh, I never typed the password. Yeah, okay, now it'll start. And there we go. Okay, so what's the password? Aha, it's Vault database password. Yeah, that's the problem. So this means that I have screwed everything up and that I need to change how this works. These are prod variables, so Vault database password should not be used anywhere else. Like, this is not prod. What does this mean? What does this mean? MCS Mike says, did you get this working yesterday on AWS? I remember you getting stuck last night. I don't remember where I left off. I think things were like mostly working, but yeah, I don't remember. And I needed the Vault for something else too. I hate chocolate most. And Digite. Okay, so yeah, why is this file being included? It's in the prod folder, and I'm running based on dev hosts, right? Ansible dev. This is using dev hosts. Dev hosts are, yes, no prod in sight. Weird. So then group vares is not working how I expect it to. Okay, let's look this up. Ansible group vares. What is the structure of this? Group var slash all, group var slash region. Wait, well, I had this. Oh no, come on. I had this before. These were YAML files. Oh man. I think I know what's going wrong here. I made a change that I shouldn't have made apparently. But I don't understand how this was supposed to look then. Here's the issue. There's dev, infra, and prod. I think it expects these to be dev.yaml, infra.yaml, and prod.yaml. The problem is I don't know how to make prod specific vault. And that's what that Stack Overflow thing was trying to tell me about. This. Group vares, development vares, staging vares, and then vaulted vares. Production vares. Oh, and then they specify the... Oh, that's silly. Then the production playbook goes something like this. Host production. I don't have a production playbook. I have this. Group vares. Okay, it sounds like... Sounds like I need to restructure everything. I think I need to restructure things so that I manually include the vault file using vares file. I only want to do this in prod though. Okay, let's take a look. So in prod, I'd have to make it a role then. This means I either need it to be a role or its own playbook. Either of these would involve it coming from a playbook, I think. And where do I define roles right now? This is too hard to find. Roles there. So if I put something like roles prod here, then now this is no longer a generic file. I don't think I can have a generic file. I think I need to make this just be a task file and not a playbook. That sounds silly. Sounds very silly. How do I do this? I think there is no group vares overwrite. It seems to take only the first hit or something. We don't understand that anymore all of a sudden. It goes searching through a lot of different folders, and there's a whole priority system that they mention somewhere. I think they Whoops, I don't want that. Priority precedence, yeah. Yeah, here in 2.x, which I'm not even using, they say what the priority of everything is. So how do I get this to work then? If I have a prod playbook, then how do I do something like init database as a task? There are certain things I want to use Ansible for, like initializing the database, that I only want to do every once in a while. So, okay, here's another way I could do this. Another thing I could do, no, I don't know. Yeah, another thing I could do is have init database always run if there's an account server DB interface host defined. Then I could make a conditional task about migrating the database. E.g., only do so when the variable migrate equals true. Yeah, but if a host is in multiple groups, which group varies will be applied? That's my problem, at least. It seems to use only one, not all that apply in order. Really? That seems wrong. It sounds like it should apply all of them. Because it mentions this in the group vars section. Where are group vars? At least I thought I mentioned this. Child groups override parent groups, and hosts always override their groups. Role app user. I need to figure out how I'm going to get this to work. And what would a prod playbook even look like? Prod.yaml. I guess sort of like how install all looks. Well, this includes a bunch of other things. Install overseer. I guess it would look something like this. Hosts would be oh wait, maybe I could do what I did in install all. I just don't specify host. Maybe I can do this, include install all.yaml, and just say in here what they said here. Vars files. Is the Ultra Lord? And hey there, Mr. Banks. Yeah, I'm gonna have to spend some time thinking about this. And testing things out. Like, this sounds like a simple enough change. If I can just do this. I want to run install all, so I make a prod.yaml. And then this covers everything. But then if I want to install individual pieces, I guess what I'm really doing is I'm commenting out the host. I don't know. this seems ridiculous because eventually I'm going to want to have an Ansible task like update matchmaker. I'll specify a single host for this, and I'll probably want vaulted variables. This is pretty challenging. Trying to figure out how to structure everything here. So I probably want vaulted variable. What would I do in that case? Don't know if a single prod.yaml will suffice. What does a init database look like right now? This is its own total thing, and it's got the hosts that are here. I need to make prod and dev versions for all of these things, it sounds like. Yeah, and that's what I don't like. It sounds like I would need to make prod/dev versions for all of the one-off scripts. You've been working on this Ansible thing and looks like it's been a pain. What are you trying to do? Or what's the problem? So Ansible in general has been working, but then there are certain things that I want to do that I'm kind of describing here, these one-off scripts. So something like initializing the database, that only needs to be done once. And I could set it up in such a way that it could run every single time. So that's not actually a problem, I guess. But then there's other things like updating endpoints or migrating the database to the newest version. That's something I only want to do when I'm certain that everything's ready to be updated to that newest version. I think, so what Chief was saying earlier is my understanding of Ansible, I think, may be a little bit wrong here. It's mostly just, hey, here's how you get things set up. And so the issues around having these one-off scripts is that there are certain variables that are totally private. So for example, like database password. This is in an encrypted file. For prod deploys, this is in an encrypted file. But for local deploys, it's just the word password. And I only want the encrypted file to be used in prod deploys, and it's hard to do that. Thanks, the Ultralord. I'm not sure what to do here. Could you program your own manager or something? Yeah, and that's another thing I've kind of thought about here, is what if these one-off scripts should be done by something else? Like I tell the overseer to tell the account server to do something. It seems like it'd be harder to orchestrate all of that. Okay, let me think of my tasks. How about I list those out? So tasks, init database. This creates the database and sets up the Atom user. I could make it so that this runs all the time and has no impact when the settings exist. So there's that. There's migrate database. This updates the database to the latest schema. I probably only want to do this when every other endpoint is ready to accept the changes. Adam, why when someone buys pre-beta access does the bot announce it to chat when the user whispered to get access? So the user whispers because they may not have enough points and they may already have an account. So there are a bunch of things that only that user wants to know. But it announces it so that other people know that they can get access to the game. So yeah, migrate database, and there could be something like update endpoint. This updates a particular endpoint, e.g. a matchmaker, overseer, etc. Something I could do here is, so considerations. Would switching from Ansible to some other deploy tool take a long time? Would it provide anything more in the end? So that's one thing. Another thing is, could I rely on the overseer for some of these tasks in the future? Remember, handlers init database would only change anything when the database wasn't there, so the rest could be done via the handler. That should be easy. If it's already there, nothing is done. Yeah, and this is something that I could, even in its current form, I could just run this every single time. There wouldn't be a problem. But other things are things that I only want to run if I manually trigger it. And with Docker, I'd still run into something like this. Something needs to orchestrate all of this. So, okay, my conclusion here is there will always be some tasks involving managing endpoints that I will want to perform manually. These are the non-idempotent tasks that I'd have. Yeah, so, and this is another question I'm wondering about. Like, if I were to switch, whatever it is, I need to have access to encrypted password files. That's pretty important. Unsay style. Thanks for following. Is there like a grunt or gulp for AWS? There is. It's called Chef and OpsWorks. AWS Chef. Chef for Amazon Web Services. And I'm pretty sure if I look up AWS Chef for OpsWorks, pretty sure it's free to use too. There's no additional charge. You pay for the resources created, but you only pay for what you use as you use it. No minimum fees. Oh wait, on premises. So that's for OpsWorks though. I guess this uses Chef. Yeah, using Chef. I don't know if I want to switch though, that's the thing. Chef, encrypted attributes. Chef plugin to add node encrypted attributes. It looks like in the Learn Chef guide that I saw here, they call their variables attributes because these look just like key value. And so encrypted attributes are what I would probably want. It doesn't look like there's an easy way to do that. You've come too far to switch from Ansible. I don't think you're ever too far if there's a compelling enough reason to switch. Like ideally, I wouldn't switch from Ansible to Chef over to Puppet over to something else. I think switching will not gain you any benefits. Either you're locking in with AWS or you have the culprits with other products. Well, yeah, the other language to learn would be another issue. And I wouldn't be locking in with AWS if I'm using Chef. Chef is something that's available publicly. But anyway, it's something I would need to look into. And then could I rely on the overseer for some of these tasks? I think, okay, so then my conclusion here is the biggest hurdle here is not knowing how to do these things in Ansible. Hey, ProSam. So if I could just figure out how to do them in Ansible, then I think I'd be fine. Maybe I should look at more Ansible examples. There's Ansible examples for AWS. I wonder what they do for this. Ansible documentation. Guide AWS. What is this? Number of modules for controlling AWS. Oh, because this can probably set up VMs if I want. Yeah, provision instances. Wow, that's interesting. I could have been using Ansible for setting this up, although then I would have had to do it from Linux. I like what I have now. And okay, let's go look at some more Ansible examples. I think this will help. The issue is I don't like the examples that were listed here in that GitHub. Ansible. I want to look at something that does a good job of splitting up dev and prod. Prod versus dev example. I don't think I'm going to find something like this. Does the stream lag for anyone else? I am actually curious about that too. Can you describe your exact problem for me once more? Yeah, sure. So I think my issue, I have two basic issues. Two issues. One is, how do I perform these one-off tasks like upgrading an endpoint where I don't want them to happen every time I run Ansible? And then and so I think the answer for this is just I make a new playbook for that. And that playbook runs whatever task I need. And then two is, how do I split up my playbooks such that prod will require the vault file and dev will not. So I think those are the two issues. Andrew, maybe just refreshing the page is good? I'm not sure. So yeah, like I said, I think the one-off tasks are, I already have something like that in a init database, and when I want to use this, I just call into this playbook. But then how do I split up my playbook such that prod will require the vault file and dev will not? That's what I don't know how to do. And that's where they have this right here. I could just do this. Vars files and then include. I don't know if this even works though. Not sure if this works. Oh, hang on a second. I'll be right back. Whoops. All right, sorry. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. right, sorry about that. Okay. So yeah, I guess I'll label these 1 and 2. I think number 1, just make different playbooks and only run them when I need to. I think that's the answer to number 1. But number 2 is, I think it's a whole. Oh wait, there could be a role for just prod. Number 2 is either a playbook or a role for prod. I need something that's going to use vars files. Wait, is there any way I can have a group-based vol? This is what I need. I think this is the only question. If this has an answer, then I think this is much easier than I thought. Andrew says, Adam, what do you look at first when you begin to work with a completely new library? I'm in that position right now. I feel like I got the basics of C++ and a bit more, but when I look into a library, I feel completely lost. So, Andrew, I know it's lagging a bit, so I'm going to try to type out some of the stuff I say. When I look at a new library, I think the first thing I look at is the API, or maybe even before that, I look at like description and what the library does. So this is usually just plain English. Like, I get Lodash. What does it do? Lodash provides a bunch of utility functions for manipulating strings and numbers and collections. Okay, great. Next, I look at the API and I think, what does this provide for me? And maybe it's, okay, I really want the contains function, and I really want the find function, and I want the count function, something like that. And how do these work, and how would I use them? And then perhaps I actually go into their code and I see, how did they accomplish whatever they did? Is it performant? Do I trust it? Or maybe even just, does this help me understand it more? So this is what I would suggest. Hey, Void Dreamer. What did he say? It's on my screen right now. I'll paste it to you. Whoops. How do I? Oh. The vault vars can be loaded manually so that they will not get auto-pulled via group vars. Maybe use folder vault vars for that, and then use vars files statement in playbook. Yeah, then the issue becomes, how do I make a okay, I guess what you said is you can include other playbooks from there as well for reusability. So it sounds like I need to make a prod playbook and then include whichever playbook I wanted to use. So I've left Pastebin, yeah. Because then the issue is, like, how do I prevent myself from needing dev and prod versions of every one-off playbook? And that's the problem that I had here, is I wanted to be able to say, I'm using this inventory, so I know everything's going to be in production, so I want to use these vault files. I'm not sure how to do this. maybe I don't prevent myself from this. Is this such a bad thing? Suppose I can't do this. Is this such a bad thing? I just make dev/prod versions of every playbook. I don't think that would be so bad. And yeah, MCS Mike, I thought that was funny too. Can you define a playbook? I can make a new playbook. And yeah, Chief, I think that's what you were getting at earlier. This whole one-off thing is not an Ansible construct I should be relying on. And in that case, yeah, actually, that's one of the considerations I wrote up here. Could I rely on the overseer for some of these tasks in the future? That way I'm not doing things this way. The problem is then my environment variables get spread out everywhere. Oh, can I define a playbook? Oh, never mind. Yeah, so a playbook is an Ansible concept of a set of tasks and roles, and I'll try to show you one here, for example. So here's a playbook that I have that's going to install the overseer. And there's kind of a lot of magic happening in Ansible about where things are pulled from. So this says, I want you to take every host that's in the overseers group, and that's defined by me. So I put IP addresses here. So overseer number 1, number 2, number 3. So I've got some IP addresses. This is going to say take those IP addresses, and I have some roles that are here. So there's the common role. Common is going to end up running this set of tasks, which is to create a user, upload some common scripts that I have, set up npm, install pm2. Then it's going to run has botland infra, which is this. It's going to pull my repository and then install all of the shared dependencies. And then it's going to actually do the overseer stuff, which is this stuff. So upload the AWS credentials, install another package.json, and then start the overseer. So a playbook is kind of just a high-level description of, hey, here's all the stuff that needs to happen for this. Okay, so let's get back to this. If I rely on something else for the one-off tasks like upgrading, then I need to make sure I set the environment correctly in multiple places. So you're trying to automate deployment. Yeah, and then some other tasks that aren't necessarily deploys, but things like updating, mostly updating, I think. You can achieve something similar via loading different host files with different groups. So instead of one-off tasks, you have a host statement there, which will find no host with your normal inventories. And yeah, I think I get what you mean. Hey, Bukar. So different host file. So what Chief is suggesting, if I understand this correctly, here's my dev host. I could make something like this, like overseers which need to be updated. And most of the time this will be blank. And some of the time I'll actually put an endpoint up there. This will be a totally different file, of course, a different inventory. And then in this inventory file, everything else would be blank. So it'd see that, oh, this is the only thing that's needed here, and it would update it. But why the concern of dev and prod? Shouldn't prod be the only one you're concerned with, really? Well, I have a bunch of VMs running. So when I want to test things locally, I need these things to be running on different machines. So I want to deploy to, like Debian 2, 3, and 4, and then maybe 2 VMs on my laptop and maybe one somewhere else. Would you really need to be as high availability as prod? It's not really that it's high availability. It's just that when I want to test this in some other environment and be able to SSH into everything, I think it could be helpful to have this set up. So you mean a dev of the deployment, not necessarily the software. I might, I don't know. And Mukral says, wouldn't Docker be a good option for you then? Maybe. I think I'm a little lost right now. So you had to test the prod stuff anyway, so dev should be as close to prod as can be. Hmm. Yeah, I mean the difference. There are two big differences, I think, right now. So dev versus prod for me right now. So one is prod uses DNS, whereas dev doesn't. So I have things like matchmaker.bot.lan and db.bot.lan. And two, prod needs its variables to be encrypted. And yeah, thanks, Bukhar. What do you do yourself to kick off a playbook? I run Ansible playbook. What about staging? Well, staging would be another set in here that I could do. I think staging for me would mostly be like a copy paste of the prod playbook with a couple of changes, and that's it. Maybe just different passwords, pretty much. But staging should be, I think, very close to prod. See, the hard part is getting dev close to prod because I'd have to set up my own DNS server. I think that's overkill for dev. This isn't such a bad thing. So I would... Okay, let me think about this. Suppose I went this route and I wanted to migrate to the latest database. What steps are involved? So one is reach out to account server somehow, have it pull the latest repo. Two, run connects migrate latest on that account server. And this is something that, so I could accomplish this by telling the overseer to tell the account server, to tell an account server to do this. I think. I don't know. Is that even possible? I need something that can pull the repository. I don't have something like that running. Like Node would need to do this. The account server would need a way to pull a new repo. To pull the repo and then run a shell command. This is not something I think I'd want to do through Node. And this is where I feel like Ansible is set up to do this sort of thing. You need a whiteboard? Yeah. Still not sure. Oh, good, Andrew. And hey, Louie. This causes a problem for dev deploys where the account server literally thinks the password, I'll just say thinks the password is so yeah, ideally, I still think if there was a way I could have a group-based vault, I think this is probably the best thing. because I don't need prod playbooks and dev playbooks. I can just rely on the group. I wonder if there is some way to accomplish this. Ansible group vault. Vault file handling. What's this one for? Dash I is an inventory. What's dash L for in Ansible? Ansible. Subset. Further limit selected host to an additional pattern. I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know I could do that at all. I don't need new playbooks for this stuff then. I should write this down. Ansible has a -L argument, which allows me to specify only a subset of hosts. That way I don't need something like install matchmaker.yaml at all, which I have here. And I guess this specifies roles. No, I would still need this. But that way I don't ever need to call into it. So, oh God, what am I doing wrong here? Matchmakers is a group. Yeah, I could instead use a group for that. Where's the, oh yeah, where's the keyboard cam? Good call. Sorry, I had turned it off because I was typing in a password earlier. Yeah, so is this possible? Is there some way I can do this? This was comment 6 days ago. Running a play gave this. However, the only vaulted file I have is for a group not present in the inventory in question. Yeah. The vaulted file has a problem. Not in the inventory in use. This is exactly what I'm expecting too. Added this to stable 2.0 milestone. So they do consider this to be a bug? What version is this guy running? I see their operating system version. Oh, 2.0.1.0. It sounds like this is supposed to be the behavior, but that there's a bug right now. Adam, did you hear about Google's AlphaGo defeating professional Go player? I did not know. I don't think so, at least. I used to read Reddit a lot, actually probably too much, and then I deleted the app from my phone. And then I'm debating on whether I should reinstall it, because it's a good way of just kind of keeping in touch with some of this random tech news that I would otherwise not get, and it's only bad when I start to just browse like r/all or something like that. What's a Go player? A Go player. Go is this game. I will link it into chat. That didn't totally paste correctly. But yeah, it's if you've ever seen this game, this is what go with. Adam, what do you think? What do you look at first when you work with a completely new library? No. Yeah. Well, so, okay, if this truly is a bug, do I just wait for them to fix it? Is there something else I can do in the meantime? Maybe I have... This is that concept of whether I have the same password for every endpoint. I don't like this. Okay, I think I go with the prod playbook for right now. I think I need to get past this, and I can't spend all day on this. And then I can specify various files in there. So, how should I set this up? Do I have anything outstanding right now? I have two things. Database host. Oh, this was just changed. An output message in Ansible. So that part's fine. That was basically not an outstanding commit. It was, I changed some words. All right. So we're going to make a prod playbook, and all it's going to have is this. Then I guess it's going to call into install all. But then what do I specify for roles? This is where I'm not sure how this is going to work. So, okay, how about I push the code that I have? I can't make changes over here. And that's maybe part of the issue. Maybe I should just check out a repository over here where I have push capabilities. So let's do git reset, hard, git pull. All right, here I am. What if I were to make a new playbook for prod? And I guess get rid of where I have this stuff in group vars. So that what the Stack Overflow post suggested was you have group vars, but then also you've got vaulted variables. So let's go make that. Make dir vaulted vars. And then where do they put their vars file? Something needs to read from this. The vars file line suggests, or where you specify the path to the vaulted vars, the key. I think I want two of these. Yeah, so I think what should happen is I move group vars slash account servers, no, prod, vault, over to vaulted vars. Probably make a production folder under there. Yeah, and let's do the same thing. We'll move the vars file over there too. I'll cd into vaulted variables. We'll make a directory called prod. We'll move v star into prod. Okay, so here we are. You can just use the prod dev playbook for reading vars files and including your normal playbooks and nothing else. Yeah, that's the part that I need to test because I'm not totally sure how this is going to work. But then I make dir prod.yaml. No, not make dir, darn it. Dir prod.yaml. Vim prod.yaml. So this is dash dash dash. There's dust on my keyboard. And then the problem is I don't know what the hosts are supposed to be here. Maybe I just don't even put in hosts. What if I delete this? And roles, what if I just delete that too? And then after here I say vaulted vars slash vars. And here I say vault. And then what? I guess I do a dash include. I don't think this is going to work. I also don't think that's how install all.yaml. Alright, so how do I run this? Ansible prod.sh, Ansible playbook, prod.yaml, dash I prod host, dash dash vault. Actually, let's not even specify a vault password file. It should ask us for one. Provided host list is empty. Yeah, that's fine. We can set up an account server locally and it'll think it's on prod, but it's not. Prod.yaml error may actually occur. Yeah, I guess this is supposed to be considered a task, but that's not right. I think I make it a task. That's what it seems like I'm supposed to do here. Tasks. I don't think this is gonna work either. Oh yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Or is include supposed to have a colon there? Oh, it's supposed to have a colon. Oh, maybe that's all I had to do originally. Let's try that first, I guess. How do you... Well, what? Oh, I had to press this twice. Okay. No, that's still an issue. So let's try this tasks. Parse error. Playbook must be formatted as a YAML list. Got type dictionary. Yeah, so this is what I was afraid of. I think I've got to put hosts here and everything else. Or maybe all I need to do is just make this a dash. Was that it? Init database? Oh, maybe that was it. Okay, file cannot be read. That's at least something different. I can deal with that. This shouldn't be vault. This should be prod/vault. Okay. A vault password must be specified. Perfect. So then here's where we can specify vault password file. No, I can't do this. Because then the password's going to print out and I'll need to change it. Okay, well then this is as much as I need to verify that. Then I need to run bash. Let's go to dev hosts, set an account server of 192.168.126. But then I'm also going to need a database host. I don't have that. Do I even need a dev playbook anymore? I don't think I do. I can just do install all.yaml -i dev host. That's fine. Ask sudo pass and extra vars is database host equals 192.168.126. Does this work? What's going on here? Is it printing the... Oh, whoops. Okay, then there's one other change I need to make. Where do we call this? Pull botland infra from has botland infra. So ff main.yaml. We take this one and we edit this so that this is commented out. And what are comment characters again? The pound sign? Yeah. Okay, so we comment that out. Now over here, we can go modify main.js. But wait, we can't do this, can we? No, we can. Alright, so for I equals 0, I is less than 5, I plus plus. This probably won't work unless it's a let or a var. Console.log password database password. Okay, see you, Bukar. Yeah, I'm very like deeply stuck into this problem right now. Did this print out a password? I don't think it even stopped the last time. Let's just run this again. It shouldn't have pulled any code. I should have commented that out. This should start up again very soon though. Assuming I typed the password correctly. I did. It shouldn't have pulled the repo though. And it looks like it did. Pull Botland account server repo. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? I commented that out here. Pull. Oh, that's infra. Oops. Whoops. What I meant was pull Botland account server. That comes from account server tasks. Okay, well that makes sense. So account servers. Where is it? Pull here. Okay, so we just comment that out. There. Then I go change this again. Database password. And then here's where I can do this. So console.log password database password. Now I launch this. There, we should see this work. Is that it? I don't see a password printing out. Oh, there it is. Huh, it's still wrong. Would you look at that? So how is it wrong? I moved these files out of here. So the only place where there's a vault is there. And the only place that this vault is tried to be, that I'm trying to decrypt it, something is very wrong. Database host. Main.yaml. This should exist in a VERS file as well. I don't see it. That's... No, database password. What am I talking about? It's database password. Dev account servers VERS. Right there. That's what's wrong. That's what's wrong. Why does this file exist? Oh no, oh no. I hope. Oh, I screwed everything up, didn't I? Take a look at something. This should have been in prod this whole time. And it was. What is this file doing here then? Group VERS, account servers VERS. I don't know how this got to be here. This entire directory shouldn't even exist. How did this come to be? I should have wiped out this repository. Okay, what else is there that I don't expect in here? There's just a VERS file. Well, let's remove it. And now all it should take is rerunning this script and everything should work. Okay, let's run BL stop over here and then logs and then run the script and everything should be fine. Oh, look at that. Everything worked. Well, that wasn't so bad. Now I just need to replicate everything I did onto my Windows machine because I can't push from this repository over here, which I should really just address that at some point. Okay, so git diff. This is the important stuff. What do we modify? Got Ansible group VERS, prod VERS. That stuff's gone. So we've got to move that, but we moved it somewhere else. Yeah, none of that stuff matters. So the stuff that changed was prod.yaml. I need to pull a repository over here. No, I'm not gonna do that. I should do it, but then I need to learn a bunch of Git commands on top of that, and then manage all the things that are gonna go wrong for me not knowing that. What was I? Oh, there's prod.yaml and something else. Move vault to wherever I moved it to over here. Vaulted vars. Yeah, let's do that. Vaulted vars. So we put everything that was here back into that other folder. Git rename // This folder doesn't even exist. Yeah. So we do that again. Good. Okay, so those have been moved. Now whatever's in prod.yaml I need on my Windows machine as well. So let's copy all of this stuff. And then let's save that. So we have install matchmaker. We're just going to say this is prod.yaml and copy in these contents. Okay. So the sole purpose of this file is to wrap another playbook in such a way that it will include the vaulted variables. I would like to rely on the group vars folder for this, but it appears as though there's a bug, and that is this bug preventing me from doing so. Yeah, I should be able to commit from the VM, but I need to pull the code base using my password and not my SSH key. And then I need to learn a bunch of commands. I should do that. I should just set it up. And in fact, I'm going to write this here. So we go into DevOps, Ansible. It may be a good idea to clone the code repositories instead of just the deploy repositories. That way I can make changes on the VM, on the Linux VM itself, instead of having to copy them all over on Windows. Out of all this, you'll probably be asked to submit all your deployment code to GitHub. So handle all of this for others. Do handle all of this for others. You mean for people watching this stream? Okay, did I set all this up? Did I? Are we finally free? And in the end, it wasn't so bad, although I don't have these one-off playbooks anymore, or at least they're not set up totally correctly yet. So we got this stuff, vars, and we have the vault, and I have this. Okay, so due to a bug, I don't think I can rely on vaults existing in group vars without the vault being required in every playbook. This led to, due to, I should say, an Ansible bug. So this led to a bug in my code base where attempting to deploy an account server would give it a password of whatever I'd written down here, this, instead of this literal string. Vaultland is not open source, no. Okay, let's test it. So in order to test this, here's what we're going to do. rm-rf star git pull. So now everything should have been wiped out. We should have no loose files sitting around. This pulled everything, great, blah, blah, blah. All right, so now let's edit the host, dev host. Oh, and then the other thing that I have to do, it's not called dev host, it's called, what is it called? Well, that's not good. Yeah, so the other thing I have to do is I need to specify the database host every time I do this. I think the easiest way to do this right now is to modify this script. Alright. Let's take a look at my bash profile. Do I have a way to check to see if there's an argument here? Not here, I don't. Dash check if argument exists. If dash z $1. Okay. I mean, I guess I could just use, whoa, this is a very helpful table that would have been nice if I'd had a long time ago when I was working in bash scripts. Checking files, shell options. Alright. Hey, monster. What do I want to do here? I want to make it so that, example bash script. Wait, what? They don't, params? What do they call these? Functions with parameters? That's not what I want. Yeah, I could just use dash z. I just wanted to see something else quickly, but I guess it's not important. Let's do this. So I should have desktop del. Let's just do test bash. I don't care. I made a typo on the directory, but it doesn't matter. So I'll run bash here, and then we'll make a script, test.sh, command not found s. Okay, fine, we'll do it outside of bash. Command now found. Great, so if not dash z, do you do things this way? Echo no arg. All right. Yeah, so I did this backwards. Or wait, yeah, this means it has an argument. Okay, good. So then you specify $1 as an arg. Yeah, great. So what I want to do here, I need to make sure this works on, I'll test it later. So I want to do this here. If you do specify an argument, then these will be your extra vars. Can I make locals in here? I don't think it needs to be set like this. Local high equals 5. Yeah, local can only be used in a function because I'm not exporting it. So we can just say extra vars equals nothing. And then we can say extra vars equals $1. And then we pass in the extra variables. Okay, let's try this out. Echo dash dash extra vars equals. So I want to set something like database host equals 192.168.1.2. So that's fine, but then I say like hi. Yeah, so I need to put all of this into quotes, I think. And then I need to make sure that it gets quotes around them in the end. Yeah, so it did not get quotes. I don't know how to specify that I want quotes in here. Probably like this. Yeah, that worked. Okay. All right, so then that's all I need to do. So we just got to write this into here. Maybe I don't need this. Do these quotes even do anything? Apparently not. Yeah, I think I don't need those. Okay. Let me try this out on this machine. Ansible dev.sh. So now bash ansible dev.sh. This should say that I'm missing a sudo password or something. It's going to error in some way. Yeah, provided host list is empty. Okay, great. But I kind of wanted it to print the command out. Let's just go into dev host. All right, so this works except for that it won't be able to find the database because I never specified one. Oh wait, no, it'll fail because I never specified one. Oh, perfect. So then we can do this. We can do bash and then database host equals 192.168.126. Perfect. It worked. And this connected. Okay, great. Well, I have struggled a lot with Ansible, and it seems like I'm still making changes I shouldn't have to make. All right, well, let's write this down. Treat the first argument to this script as extra variables. For example, you may want to invoke the script this way. Bash ansible dev.sh foo equals bar. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Capillara. In 100 days, almost 2,000 followers. Yeah, actually, what are the follows up to? 1826. Wow. We're almost into the number of follows where it could be years where people have actually been alive in this stream. There's no one alive still from 1826, but we'll get there. I'm doing well. My wife said something interesting to me this morning. She's been reading a book about meditation, and she said, when you feel yourself getting emotional about something, either sad or angry, or she said you shouldn't suppress your emotions. And okay, so that part, like, I would say I already knew. But then she said, instead, acknowledge what's going on, what your reaction to those emotions are. So if you're getting angry, notice that your heart rate is rising, or notice your posture changes. And something MCS Mike said yesterday, and actually the last week, has kind of resonated with me. He said that I've been calling myself stupid or an idiot a lot, and I realize I have, and that's very negative, and I don't appreciate that for myself. So I think I'll just stop doing that. And I want to see how this gets me through development. And so this morning, I think, is an average Wednesday morning, in that things don't typically go as I plan them to, but I got through it, and it's been about 2.5 hours, and now I can kind of get started with the rest of the day, assuming I don't run into more issues. So I think I just need to be more zen-like with how I'm handling things. I don't give you the real details. Alright, so I can check this in. The Ansible dev script now treats any command line arguments, now treats the first command line argument as the -- extra vars flag. Ooh, what movie, Capillara? Well, Orange Ray, you may like self-deprecating Atom, and I guess you still have a 6-month archive of that, but you'll probably also like Botland when it's done, and I think a not self-deprecating Atom will probably get further. That way I can pass in the database host more easily. All right, so I can do this. I can do git reset hard git pull. Wait, what, Capillara? Maybe I did miss it. And yeah, The Martian's a good movie. Alright. So I tested this. I think I need to test this again using Debian 3. So let's do this. Let's go to MySQL. And let's drop database Botland. And let's also drop user Atom at %. So now there's no way for me to connect over to that machine. Let's try it out. 192.168.126-u Atom-p password. Yep, access denied. Great. So that's what I expect. Now we're going to go to Debian 3. Oop. I guess I got to go home Debian 3 first. And close out of this thing. Okay. BL deploy, command not found. Bash profile, BL deploy. Cool. So, is anything running on this machine right now? Nope. Perfect. So here's what we're going to do. So open up DevHost. Let's change account servers to this. Let's put that here as well. Then we're going to run the init database script. So Ansible playbook init database -k -- extra vars equals database host 192.168.126. Is that everything I need? No, I need an inventory as well. -i dev host. Strange. Yeah, strange. Oh, it's not any. But even that doesn't load up. Well, that was weird. Is this gonna work? Nope. Incorrect sudo password. Okay, that's an easy to solve problem. There we go. Okay, so I'm using this machine to set up itself. So if I do select star from, or no, this one. Atom should exist again. It does. And then I can run this. Here, let's do dev host. Not exactly sure what's going to happen here. What machine is this again? .30. So let's do this. Yank paste 30 and then run this command. This should create, okay, good. So we have logs printing for both of these things. This should create both of the machines correctly. This might actually take some time. Let's see. They should both connect as well. Number 1's good. Number 2 is good. Wow, great. So I should have 2 different REST servers that I can interact with, contacting the same database. So I have 1.17. Unfortunately, the token is wrong, I bet. Or, wait, is it? What is Debian 2? Oh, it's 1.26. Okay, I take that back. 1.26. Send. Weird. Where's my response? 200. So there is no user 1. All right, I dropped the database. Of course there's no user 1. Well, we can take this from the header and create a user. Create user on 192.168.1.30 with BL token of this, send. Okay, so we have user ID 1. Now when I do get user 192.168.1.30. Okay, cool. So I got Adam. And when I do this on 1.26, I should have exactly the same thing. Perfect. What did I miss in chat? Oh, I apparently missed a decent amount in chat. DJ says, when I'm not doing something for a certain amount of time, I feel like a failure and nothing I can do will make me one. Not make me one. I don't know. I feel like there's a general motivation problem. It's kind of hard to overcome sometimes. And I think to start trying to overcome it, you have to employ these tricks for yourself. Like, rewarding yourself when you do something good, or not allowing yourself to do the thing you actually want to do until you do the thing you have to do. And then eventually, once you've got a habit formed, I think it's a little bit easier. How's it go? Okay. So, where do we stand right now? This works. This works locally. I should test it on AWS. Okay, well, let's do it. No use standing around. Okay, so create act 1. Enter. Okay, let's do this. Because I don't remember where this left off either. Test on AWS. Just basic account server stuff. Vault password file. I wanted to add this, but I don't know if it's really that necessary. In fact, the database isn't even publicly accessible. So let's SSH into this machine. This is the one I'm creating on AWS. SSH AWS. So I got to do this off screen. And then I'm going to need this IP address at some point, so let's copy paste it there. AWS machine. All right. So I just need to wait for this to connect. Also, did I wanted to tell my wife about that. It's still connecting. I gotta wait for this thing to have finished booting up. It's in the running state, right? Where is AWS? Can I click this button? Let's try it off screen. Yeah. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's running, and it has hopefully the right security groups. Yep, there it goes. It worked. Okay, so we're in. And being in this machine means that I should be able to do an NS lookup on db.bot.land. We get 10.0.1. So okay, MySQL, do I have MySQL? I don't. Sudo yum install MySQL. MySQL-h db.bot.land-u Adam. Oh, I don't know the password though. It would help to know the password here. All right, well, this is where I go get the password. So I need to do something off screen for a sec. I wrote down my vault password here. Actually, I could just do this. Okay, and let's save this over here. All right, so now I need to just paste this in. I'm in. Show databases. So there's Botland. Let's run this from the beginning. Drop database Botland. Here's where things are going to get a little bit harder. Is the password in the vault? Yeah, it is in the vault. Fresh installs of MySQL have no password. So I'm connecting. I just did a fresh install of MySQL client. The server was already up and running. All right, so and let's get that off my clipboard. So in order to test this now, I need to do vim prod host, and I need to set the account server equal to whatever IP address is right here, this one. Great. And then we yank this and put it here as well. Go grab some of that honey. You bought it for a reason. It is sitting right here, pristine, on my desk. Okay, that should be it. This should be all I have to do. Now I can just do bash ansible prod. Excuse me, maybe water's also good. All right, so we've uploaded a bunch of scripts. Good. So now I have all of this. I need to, unfortunately, close this. I didn't start screen. Why didn't I start screen? Darn it. Is there? Oh no, Control Z. Oh, perfect. So now I can do screen and then FG. No. I was afraid of that. How do I get back to my MySQL task? Slash. Where isn't there? Darn it. Oh, there's just slash proc. This is not helpful. Where's MySQL? There it is. Its PID is 2443. So let's figure out how FG works in order to connect with a PID. There's kill. I don't want that. Linux FG reconnect to PID. FG a process by PID. How do you do this? There is no way that you can foreground a process in your current shell if it was not started in your current shell. Well, too bad. I guess I'm going to have to type that password again. All right, so then let's get back out of this, go back into MySQL. What's going on? Ah, I'm in MySQL. Okay, yeah. So then let's get out of this and go back to here. And we should have this running. So BL deploy. Source bash profile. Password. Why am I trying to say password? That wouldn't even be the password. So I can just do logs here. Aha, it totally failed. Why though? Probably an access denied. Yep. Access denied for user Adam at this. Oh, right, I never initialized the database. Oh, I'm stupid. No, wait, can't say that. Ah, take it back. Points to MCS Mike. There. Gonna break myself of that habit one way or another. Okay, close out of this stuff. I don't care about any of this. In fact, CLS both of these things, so I don't think that they're correct. So in order for this to work, I need to run init database. And I have this script right here. And this should work. I'm really hoping it works. What's this? Access denied for user root. This could be a password issue. I guess I won't know for sure until I try the password. How did I get this working yesterday? Strange. Okay, well, time to do the same thing I did before and go get this password. All right, so I have the root password. Let's go try this out from AWS. So this is just going to continually fail. Let's do BL stop here, and then let's make a new one of these for MySQL. So MySQL -h db.bot.land -u root -p password. I'm in. So this is not an access denied for that reason. Hey, thanks for the follow. Man, I really like those new follow images. They just look so much cooler. Huh. So why would this fail? I bet I'm using the vault wrong. Wait a second. Yeah, of course I'm using the vault wrong. This probably doesn't even need a vault. Oh, well that's a problem. The password was set to vault password. Okay, well this is gonna just continually fail. Is it nice having a super fast computer that you don't have to worry about going slow on? Yes, it is nice. Okay, so yeah, the problem here is that I'm not using. Okay, here's the issue. In prod.yaml, I have this stuff, and this is why I was saying for those one-off scripts, I'm going to need a dev version and a prod version. I do indeed need a dev version and a prod version. That's unfortunate. This is why I want to specify things via a group. Because right now I have a init database. I need a prod init database, which is just unfortunate. All right, well, init database prod.yaml. This is a really stupid way of doing things, I think, but that's because of that bug that I can't get around. So now all this needs to call is init database.yaml. That's it. That's it. That's all this needs. Let's check this in. So I'm going to write some Ansible notes to myself. Troubleshooting. If you see this error, invalid output was not in sudoers file. Okay, so if you see this error, where this error is error access denied, the first thing you should do is try to connect to the database from the target machine. So SSH into the machine, MySQL-h db.bot.land-uroot-p. If this works, then you know for sure that it's an Ansible problem, as Ansible is only going to run this same command for you. Okay. If that doesn't work, then it's likely that you haven't opened MySQL's bind address, or maybe you forgot to restart the service after doing that, or that you're not allowed to connect from the specified host, which is dictated by the MySQL.user table. In Puppet, we can set parameters on a class and reference that. That's what we do for our different environment provisioner. There's something sort of like that for Ansible. I think there's a bug that's stopping it from working right now. I also think that I should probably be structuring my playbooks differently so that I could just make use of that better. But for now, this is what I think I'm going to do. I needed a prod version of initdatabase.yaml so that it would require the vault to be specified, the vault variables. Okay, so we can commit and push that, and then on here we can do a git pull. Perfect. And now I just, instead of running the script that I had before, we do this, initdatabase prod. And now it says a vault password needs to be specified. So now we can go take this and just put prod on the end of this. And everything should work. Oh, fiddlesticks. Host declaration is required? Excuse me? What? I didn't need this for prod.yaml. Or maybe I did and I screwed it up. Nope, I'm confused. How do you think it's a good idea to start with a library that's very huge, like a game engine, or should I just find a smaller one and check out how that works? It all depends on what you're trying to learn, Andrew. I think if you were to start learning programming by starting with Unity, that's fine. If later your goal is to make game engines, then I don't think you should stick with a game engine forever. I think you should eventually dive into the code or try writing one yourself. But if your goal is to make games, then yeah, I think as a starting point, it's okay. Bro Sam says, I heard that. What did you hear? Oh, no, never mind. I missed other chat messages there. Yeah. Sorry. There's something called context, which I just totally ignore. So why is this happening? Let's take a look at the error message. Host declaration is required. Whoops. Oh, seriously? Doesn't even show up? While hosts are seemingly defined. A playbook is a list of plays. Each list item starts with a dash, and each play must have a host declaration. You started a new play with the dash before tasks. Wait, what? But I did the exact same thing in here. This did install all.yaml, which just called an install overseer.yaml, which had hosts in it. And database is the same way. Oh, unless account servers DB interface. That's defined. Okay, what's going on? Init database prod. Include init database. Account servers DB interface. This should exist in two places, or I guess many places, and one of them is prod host. Huh. Strange. Hello. So this worked when I did it for init database, but it doesn't work when I do it for, yeah, what? How does it know? Huh. Okay, I'm pretty confused right now. I'm gonna retype this command out. I don't know if somehow along the way this got screwed up or what. Yeah, no, it's not that. Red lights? Who did the red lights? Ah. SPB. So I think what this is trying to tell me is that I don't have any account servers defined, which would mean that it's a problem in prod host, but it can't be because this is the same file that I was using from before. Group is used for interacting with the database. Yeah, strange. And yet install all works. What happens if I call that file? Or rather prod.yaml. Does that not work? That also doesn't work. Oh. Wow. Does this? Oh. I thought I tested this. Apparently never did. Prod.yaml-i prod host. Oh wait. Wait, is this just an ordering problem? Where is my... Just paste this in. I think what I need here is prod.yaml first and then a whole bunch of arguments. Nope. That was worth a shot. Did I screw up something else here? .sh. Install all prod host vault file. Oh, that's what I'm doing here, right? Prod.yaml-i. Yeah, so then I think I can't specify files like this. I was under the assumption that this would work, and I could have sworn I tested this, but apparently it doesn't. I need to specify which hosts I want to apply this to in here, which means I can't just make a wrapper file. That's too bad. Maybe I say host all. Maybe that's how I can fix this. Dash host all. That didn't work. Then maybe everything stems from that. Prod.yaml. So I get rid of this, and I get rid of this. Wait, no, that can't be it. I also need to tab these in. Host is not a legal parameter in an Ansible task or handler. Okay, what's different between these two files? This has hosts, and then it has roles. I don't understand what I've done wrong here. Let's just paste in, whoops. Let's just paste in the other file and look at them side by side. This all goes back to that Stack Overflow page that I was referencing the first time for this. Right here. Host, production, roles, various files. So I guess I need roles in here too. This doesn't sound like a good idea. Or maybe it's just that I don't know why this isn't working. Strange. Let's get rid of this vault password stuff. No, it's needed. So it knows enough to know that it needs the vault. But then it says host is not a legal parameter in an Ansible tasker handler. I wonder if this is coming from somewhere else. Did I modify something else? I mean, IP addresses. Remote user? Yeah, remote user might be needed. What doesn't make sense to me is I have this install all, which I know works. And all this is a set of tasks, I guess, at this point. So it sounds like I can't use VARs files in a set of tasks. I need to use it in a playbook. Tab versus spaces? Yeah, maybe that's it. Is there a way to just blanket change these? I'm just gonna manually do this. No. Can you remove the hosts all? Yeah, I can get rid of that. Let's do this. cp prod.yaml prod backup.yaml. And let's copy paste in the old prod.yaml into there. Host declaration is required. Okay, so host is apparently needed. And if I wanted to, it sounds like I could do this. It sounds like I could just have this single line in here, and then everything would work, except for it wouldn't require a vault password at that point, because nothing told it to. Yep, that does work. Try putting dash host. Host declaration is required. So if I said overseers here, let's say, what happens? Yeah, then it starts to work. Although there are no overseers, so I don't know what it's doing. Prod host. Yeah, there's no overseer. What is this even running on then? 52 what? This is so weird. So does this work? What about this? Let's try it out. Okay, that's good news. Now I try it with the vault file. Host declaration is required. Isn't that nice? I don't know. I don't know what's causing this to happen. So it'll load in the vault. Then it says host declaration is required, presumably for this. What if I just got rid of this thing? Yeah, it still has that problem. So if I made this, wait, and then I guess put both these things in too. Aha. So then that does work. So then the only thing I have left to do here is say tasks include install all.yaml. So as soon as I try including something, it stops working. This has that here though. And it runs an include. I don't know. Does install all have hosts in it? If so, you're redeclaring it. It does have it in it. Well, not install all doesn't, but it's install overseer has it. So it sounds like, and I didn't even want hosts in here. I ideally don't want this line to have to be here. I want this to be commented out, and then these things to be able to exist. So the way that I thought I was being clever earlier, I guess didn't work. What do I do? So the thing that I'm trying to accomplish here is just get it to the point where I can use this. In here, they actually had hosts for this. And their hosts were production. I guess I could say that the hosts are prod, but then I can't include another playbook. Okay, yeah, let's write this down. So wrapper playbooks can't be a thing apparently, because then I would need to define hosts in multiple locations. So instead, what do? What Stack Overflow suggested was this, which is in each playbook. I guess one solution could be having a dev prod version for each playbook. Then the only difference is the VARs files are included in the prod version. This sounds tedious to me. Excuse me. I don't think the honey is helping. This sounds tedious to me because that's really going to be the only difference, and they're going to be copy pasted in all other ways. I guess ideally their tasks would be the same, so that I would have something that looks like this as file 1. So this could be like dev version, and get rid of this stuff and any other white space I have here just for the sake of demonstration. And this could be the production version. And the only difference would be that this has VARs files here of dash whatever vault and dash VARs. And that's it. And I just say, yep, whenever I make a change to the dev file and I change common to something else, I got to change it in the prod file too. It seems really stupid. Try throwing dash VVVs at Ansible to look what's happening. I got to do this off screen because I don't know what this is going to print. Oh, it didn't print anything extra. Just said host is not a legal parameter. and then getting rid of it, it'll say that you need hosts. No, put those back there. Wait, tasks should have had a hyphen before it. Hang on a second, let me try something. Right? All these things should have had hyphens before them. Why am I pressing I? I guess I thought I wasn't in insert mode. No, they don't need hyphens before it. What am I talking about? Never mind. Let's get rid of these things. So then these need hyphens. Host declaration is required. Yeah. Then this is the problem I ran into this morning. That at 11:30 I thought I was done with. I guess I'm not. So, is there any other way to solve this besides doing this? And is this really such a bad solution at this point? 3xv, I think. There are two different ways of doing it, but yeah, it doesn't make a difference when you have a very straightforward error like that. Yeah, I'm tempted to just do this. It'd be a maintenance nightmare. Because every single one of these things... I guess I could... I don't think you're supposed to differentiate between dev and prod at the playbook level, though. Maybe there's some more information I can get on this. Ansible, include vault, based on group. Vault file handling. This is the page I was already on. I already set up the vault and everything. I just want to know how to use these. Create my CSGO price script, someone? You have a lot of horizontal complexity. But I don't have time to look at this right now. And thanks, Skilled Bubble. Excuse me. Issues have both unencrypted and encrypted. You can use this Ansible feature. Ansible will automatically read vault. Wait, but I thought this doesn't work. Group vars, then this, then vars and vault. I had that, and it tried reading it for everything, and that screwed up my local deploys. Right, I thought that's what this was like 2 commits ago. I don't even really want to look through this. Where did vars and vault go? It was in group vars / prod, yeah. It was already there. And it got pulled in even in my non-prod deploys. Based on group. I made that up. Okay, well maybe that's not the right term for it. But what I'm getting at is if you have if foo for I equals 0, I is less than 5, I plus plus, and then like if bar, and then another for loop in here, or a function, a equals function, you know, something like this, and then another if statement. What I'm saying is that by the time you've written a line of code here, you're already tabbed in like 6 times. And I think that's the first thing that strikes me about your script, is that if I were extending this and I'm here in data.push, I need to think of when this is going to run. And like, yes, I can follow back up right now because there's no extra white space or comments, but I have to see that, okay, it's a set interval call, and I know the interval's here, and I know the interval is set to once every whatever hour or something like that. And then it's in the start function, and that's exported somewhere else. So I'd have to, there's probably some, I don't know. I just think making more reusable pieces of code here would probably be good. Like fs.write file, for example. This should be in a function somewhere, and you should call that. And the start function itself, I would probably, okay, let me give you some concrete suggestions. So for example, start function, or function start. Just take all of this stuff and paste it here. And then you can tab it back one, which is already one level easier, and then just put start here. There. Like, that's a simple thing. This set interval, you could say something like the function update loop, and take everything from here and put it into here. And now you can tab this back a line too. And then here you could just say set interval update loop. Whoops, there. And this variable is never used, so I would just get rid of it. And started actually prints out before you've started anything, although I guess that's okay. You may use templating in any part of a YAML file. But is that going to help me at all for this problem? Get item prices. Wait a second, where did that come from? Oh, get item prices takes in a callback. Yeah, and I might do something like this too. Get item prices, callback, result, and put this stuff in here. And I think this would make it at least a little bit easier to understand. So now when you're reading a line of code here, like I'm only tabbed in 3 times instead of 5 or 6 times. And again, exporting this into its own function, I would probably do that too. And that's it. Then I think it's much better, or at least it's neater. The only other thing I might consider is, no, yeah, I think that's pretty much fine. So, yeah, so I had tried this before. The only thing I didn't have is the .yaml file extension there. Exactly, you can use san diego.yaml or san diego/vars.yaml, that's the same. Okay, maybe I try this out then, and maybe I see if it works. So find file vault that's currently in vaulted vars prod. Let's just move it to group vars /prod /vault.yaml, and same thing with the vars files. Yeah, sorry, desoxyephedrine, it's not something I share. Okay, so now these things are our files set there, and now just by having this be part of prod, it should just be working apparently. So init database.yaml is going to pull from my inventory, which account server DB. My inventory is going to have that this thing exists in prod. Thus, just by running init database, everything should work. So I guess let's try this. it did work. Show databases. Do I have a Botland database? I do. Use database Botland. Use Botland. Show tables. Describe users. Alright, that worked. But then the question is, does this work locally? Which is a big problem before. So drop database Botland. Drop user Adam at %. Okay, let's try running this locally now. So we don't need a vault file. We don't want prod host, we want dev host. Oops, I never specified the database host. Extra vars equals database host equals 192.168.1.6. Okay, so if this works too, then apparently the only problem from earlier that I spent like 2 hours on is that a YAML file didn't have a YAML extension, which I would find incredibly lame. But let's see if it worked. So show databases. Wait, the way I'd know for sure if it worked isn't by doing that. I'd know it by doing devhost.ini. Yeah, this is set up correctly already. So I need to run bash ansible dev database host equals that. Yeah, so if this works, then that's how I know that everything was totally blown out of proportion earlier. But if this gives me an error, wow, it works. Kamal says, hi, anyone there? Wow, are you view botting? Oh, man. No, this is just, it's a very long stream. So there's typically people come in here and just kind of hang out. But also, hi, Koala. Yeah, raise your Mr. Destructoids. Hey, Judge Bacon. Alright, so then the only issue from what I'm gathering here is that I was missing the YAML file extension. That just sounds so absolutely ridiculous. So if I do ff vault here. Alright, it's vault.yaml now. And that's it. Alright. I don't want to make these changes. So I get rid of prod.yaml entirely. So that's been removed because that's no longer needed. We don't need this concept of a init database prod either. So we delete that file. The vault apparently, is moved, not removed. Okay, yeah, so then we just move this stuff back. Okay, yeah, let's try it. So move this, rename to /group vars/prod /vars.yaml. No such file or directory. Why does that happen? Oh, ///group vars/prod vars.yaml. That one's done, and this one's next. Vault.yaml. Okay, then delete this folder. And delete this folder. And now I should have no reference to vaulted vars anywhere. And I should have no vars files anywhere. Okay. Apparently, all the conflicts I'd had earlier around vault files only had to do with missing the YAML extension. Without that, it seems like my group vars were being pulled in by all groups. This sounds wrong. This sounds wrong, and I bet I'm going to test this out. I don't fully expect this to work, but I can't formulate right now why I don't think it's going to work. I just feel like I've already tried this before. So apparently all the conflicts I had earlier only had to do with missing the YAML extension. Without that, it seems like my group vars are being pulled in by all groups instead of just prod, for example. And then yeah, that's it. So I commit this. All right, let's start from the beginning. I'm going to remove that entire folder, rm-rf Ansible. Then cd into it. It doesn't exist, obviously, because I just removed it. Git pull, Ansible. Now I just have group vars, git reset, --hard. Perfect. So let's start with dev host. What should we put here? Let's do 192.168.126, 192.168.130, and then the interface for this will be 192.168.130. Good. So I have that. Let's kill everything. BL stop everything. Let's go into MySQL and drop the database. Drop database botland, drop user, Adam at %. Okay, so if I were to, let's say, try doing MySQL, first of all, I don't even have it, but this is easily fixed. All right, sudo apt-get install MySQL client. Didn't you also remove the vault access from account server role? Oh. Yes. I did that. That file should have never been there. Oh my god. Alright. Let's... Whoa, what's this thing? What? This looks incredible. Wow. How very, very cool. That's a really cool thing. I'm gonna have to look at this more later. Alright, so if I try connecting over here, -h 192.168.126 -u Adam password equals password. This will say access denied. I totally expect that. That's fine. Now what we're going to do is we're going to initialize the database. So we run Ansible playbook init database -i devhost -k dash something else. I'm pretty sure I'm missing a command here. I think it's the database host. I just need to specify that as extra vars, right? Yeah, I just need to specify extra vars equals database host equals 192.168.1.26. So this is the local version of this. And let's let that run. I'm going to paste this into my to-do list as well. This is the prod version. This is the dev version. Isn't there already open source JavaScript code that emulates NES? Yeah, no, that part has been done already, but the 3D part I don't think has been done before. What package am I using for to-do task? That is here, Pima. It's called plain tasks. Okay, so now I run the same command and now it should work. We're in, perfect. Okay, so the database has been initialized. Let's try this out. So if I say show databases, keeping in mind that I just dropped the Botland database, Now it shows it correctly, and I should be able to do use botland describe bot base. Perfect. So everything's been set up. Now the only thing is to do this bash ansible dev, and we should have 2 account servers running. Let's check it out. All right, so account server number 1 should start up. Please start up. Oh, database host wasn't set. Whoops. Database host equals. Okay, that's not really an error. That's a user error. Pepcac. This should work. Should start up in just a second. Unless I type the database host wrong. Oh, there it goes. This started just fine. Green everywhere. That's good. This one started too. Green everywhere. I should be able to connect to them if I want to. Let's try that out. Send. Cannot read property is valid of undefined. Well, that's a little unusual. Fetching a user by ID equals 1. What is this? The user didn't exist, so tried reading is valid on them. I guess I've never tried this before, huh? This is actually a different kind of bug, which I don't totally care about right now. We gotta search for where is valid is trying to be read. So in server.js, there is a get user function, get user, and we have the user ID. And if not includes column select is valid, push is valid. And then what do we do with this? If we're not a super user, delete. Oh, the user doesn't exist. Oh, that's the issue. Is account valid user? Aha! That's the problem. The user doesn't even exist. Yeah. So that's a real bug. That's okay, we can fix that later. I'm not going to worry about that for right now. So bug server.js user get user. This doesn't check to see if the user exists before trying to access is valid on it. From is account valid. Okay, great. So then other than that, everything worked fine. I mean, I could try pinging this, let's say. So if I go to this URL with nothing after it, it should just say AB. Yeah, perfect. So that's everything's working. Now let's try it on AWS. So, whoops, can't ls in MySQL. So let's do show databases. We have botland, drop database, botland, and then use MySQL, select user comma host from user. We got Atom at %. So drop user Atom at %. So no access is allowed from here anymore. In fact, it's kind of funny because if I do flush privileges, I'm connected as Atom, but I shouldn't be allowed to connect as Atom. But we're not going to worry about that right now. What we are going to worry about is stopping this and then making sure that we can rerun it from here with everything working correctly. So we just need the IP address of that machine. Here it is. We load up prod host and we type that into here and here. And then that's it. We just run ansible prod and it should provision the machine correctly. No, wait. This is going to fail because I didn't set up the database. Well, okay, fine. Then we'll see a failure with access denied in here. We'll actually see infinite failures because it'll never stop. There's failure number 1, 2. I'm going to wait until it actually prints out all infinite of these, and then we'll move on. That's 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so then let's go into the prod version of initializing the database script. So here, this should set everything up. We'll know that it worked because we'll be able to go into MySQL and look at both the database existing and the user existing, and then the access denied will stop. In fact, I don't even need to stop the database. I don't even need to stop this process. I can just run logs and this will eventually pass. It did. Wow. It all works. Okay, so then the only way to verify that this worked is to go to this IP address, which I don't think is open to the public. But let's try it. 8080. Yeah, it doesn't exist. But if we add it to the load balancer, it will work. Oh man, oh, let's try this out. Okay, load balancers. It should have no instances in it right now. Edit instances. Yep, we just check this box and now, wait, that's not it. That's not it. Wait, hang on. There's elb.bot.lan. This currently has nothing, but as soon as I hit save here, it should have something. Come on. Come on. Come on. It says out of service. It's not out of service though. Where'd the instances go? It still says out of service. Something's wrong here. What's wrong? Does this instance not have the right security group? Account server. That's right. Gotta figure this out. So we go back to load balancers. It thinks that this is not healthy. Hasn't passed the health check. Is it attempting to get health checks here? It's listening on 8080. I have... Let's edit security groups, I guess. It has ELB for account server. So security groups, ELB for account server, where is that? Here. This has inbound traffic is allowed from anywhere on port 8080. Okay, good. So then account server itself has inbound traffic is allowed from ELB for account servers here. Inbound traffic on /. Maybe the load balancer is using the wrong health check? No, it's /. Why did this not work? The health checks aren't passing. Just says out of service. Registration's still in progress. Yeah, and then this URL should work. Huh, what else could I be doing wrong? The only... Wait, let me think about this. So, Amazon is going to try connecting to my machine at / on 8080. Let me try curling on the machine itself. Curl, what's my IP address? This, 8080. So that won't work because that's outgoing. We need to go just to localhost, I guess. Localhost. Connection refused. What, is this thing not running? Botland REST server listening at HTTP 8080. Let's try on the exact same interface. Connection refused. That is something. Take the easy path and blame Amazon. I'm not blaming Amazon. Very weird. It's as though this isn't even running. Oh, maybe it's not running. PM2 list. Oh, it's not running. Oh God, not stupid though. That was not stupid. All right, here's how we fix this. You ready? Are you ready? We just press this button and then everything's fixed. Problem solved. And everything, it's just going to magically fix itself. Watch this. We just go in the logs and we just wait. We just wait. Everything works. We're happy. Just gotta wait another 10 seconds. Oh, there we go. And now we refresh this page and everything should be totally fine. It might take a second. But other than that, everything should be totally fine. Curling stuff left and right. Twitter says 99 days. Yeah, I know. I accidentally started the stream without changing the title. Yesterday I tried changing it, but I forgot to press the save button. Okay, so this should have worked. Maybe this IP address is not correct. I'd find that surprising, actually. Let's find out. Ping, no, not even ping. ns lookup elb.bot.land. Yeah, it's a public address at the very least. This just isn't doing anything. What happens when you guys go to this page? Actually, wait a second. Don't try that out yet. Yeah, I think we'll go into Route 53. We'll take a look at what these IP addresses are set up to. So Botland has ELB is pointing at this. Did this address change somehow? I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's even possible. Where's the... Here it is. Okay, so there's this and there's this. Are these the same address? More or less. This has dual stack on it. What happens if I go to this? Oh, whoa. Yeah, the address is just wrong. What? Where did dual stack come from? So this is the only problem here, is that this for some reason says dual stack. We just had to delete, no, it just re-added itself. What? What is going on right now? I can't just copy paste this in here without adding dual stack? Wait, FPS says this is working for them. Well, why does it not work for me? Yeah, it's supposed to say AB, just like this one did. But for some reason, non-existent domain. I'm afraid I can't let you remove that, Adam. Okay, let's see. Do these things, I guess these point at different addresses. That must be the issue here. So we just do ns lookup. This points at whatever that address is, and then the one above it points at something. It has to be something different. They're the same. So what about ELB? That's also the same. It confirmed working for everyone except for me. What, do I need to clear my cache? Cookies? What? Can I try in Firefox? What is going on right now? Why does this keep happening? Oh, come on. I just want to launch Firefox. Oh, it works in Firefox. What's going wrong with Chrome then? Can I just open this in a new tab? This is very peculiar. Is there even a source to this page? Nope. I don't know what this could possibly be. Let's try it in an incognito window. That works. So then this has to be a cache related problem. But I cleared the cache and then I refreshed. Is there some other way I can delete everything from the past hour? All right. So yeah, the only thing I don't understand is what's going on here. Like Chrome is caching something. I don't know what. Because there's no way that this can't be returning. Control F5. Control Shift R. Oh, whoa. Wait, then what does this button do? Clear cache. Does this not even work? Options, data to remove, cache. Okay, maybe it was cached longer than an hour ago, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. That button didn't work. I blame it on the button. The button is made by Amazon. I blame it on Amazon. Okay, yeah, so thanks. I'm going to give a point to Hopin. And I'm also going to give a point to FBSCS. Why does it matter? Wait, why does what matter? Also, since when has my keyboard camera been pointed at my desk? That was weird. It's people who are new to the stream are probably like, huh, I don't know what that's for on his screen, but everything else looks interesting. Okay, so everything's working. So I don't know what dual stack was for here, but it doesn't matter. It's great. Since the start of the stream, I'm afraid. I don't think that's true, because at the start of the stream I was messing with it. Okay, so this stuff's fixed. This was never a problem. My entire problem from this morning, my badge of shame from this morning, was that I had a vault saved in the group vars / account servers folder without realizing it. To do an rm-rf ansible, then reset git and pull again. Wait, so MCS Mike, you said why does it matter? I think I wanted to learn if this button is doing what I think it's doing. If that's what it is you were even referring to. The reason why is because caching will eventually come back to bite me in two forms: client-side and server-side caching when I try out S3. And this is some nice ASCII art, and I did not make it, unfortunately. I just downloaded this. Okay, well then there we have it. So I have made leaps and bounds of progress. Let's close out all these things. I'm going to save this in the botland backup notes from badge of shame 3916.txt. Okay. They're not doing so bad then, huh? So this is a bug that's pretty low priority. Also, you know what this means? This means that if I point this at elb.bot.land, first of all, it's going to say that my token is wrong. Could not verify token, but it is going to give me a response. So the only APIs you're allowed to use are get bay cost. So if I hit send here, it should tell me, oh wait, no, I gotta change this. elb.bot.land. You did not specify a valid bay number. There we go. So it does tell you cost of things. So this REST server is working and it's contacting the database. And if I wanted to right now, I could say create super token and specify in here a very, very secret password. And then I would have a super token and I could start making users for this. What data is stored in the token? The token only has, I'll actually show you, blce run. So we'll do this. We'll do create super token on localhost. So this token contains, whoops, literally one field, I believe. Yes, it's just this, super user true. So that's for super tokens. For user tokens, so let's say I am trying to create, why did that work? That seems a little weird. Okay, user tokens just contain a user ID. Yep, that's it. User ID 1. So that's it. That's all they contain. How do you do that, Adam? Yes, show us. Oh, the password part? Oh. Alright, let's run a giveaway. Gramanja wins. Yeah, so AWS worked. Cool. Cool. Oh man, that was a frustrating morning. By the way, in case anyone's curious, it's 12:43 for me right now. So for the last 3 hours, that's what I've been struggling with. Okay, so let's tackle a couple of small issues here. This is one of them. So let's say I connect to a machine, Debian 1. I have a command called ccd. If I press enter, it runs it. Great, cool. Now when I do screen, now all of a sudden I lose access to ccd. So screen is not launching, it's not logging in as me, or it's not running my bash profile. And I want to figure out how to change that. In fact, Googling this is probably faster. Screen, Linux, not, let's just say bash profile. Screen bash profile. You can set a lot of features you might want or need in the screen RC. And you can just set your profiles. Generally, most things you want to set in your bash RC or profile. Should try to answer your question. Okay. ProSam says, just been looking at Microsoft SDE careers in the OS team, and they all seem to be based in Microsoft headquarters. Is this the case, Adam? Yeah, I think so. I think Microsoft we had some teams in India back when I worked there. I don't remember what teams they were, though. But yeah, the majority of them are going to be in Redmond, ProSam. Where do you live, by the way? In Orange Ray, I'd love to do that, but I don't think you're anywhere near me. And yeah, Micah, what my ccd script does is it's just I don't think I made it stand for anything, but if I did, it'd be cool change directory because of how cool it is. So check this out. If I'm in a directory, so let's take a look here. Yeah, so right now there's the Botland info folder. If I want to go into that, I can type just enough to make it so that it'll go there, and then I can go into like Ansible and then group variables and then prod, let's say. So by typing all of this, ccd command not found. Okay, well, first I need to source my bash profile. Then by typing all of this, it goes into, so it matched Botland, I goes to Botland infra, then N goes to Ansible, GRU goes to group vares, and pro goes to prod. So then I'm in this directory, and that's pretty good. Yeah, so ProSam, are you opposed to moving? Because one of the things that Microsoft does is they will relocate you when they hire you. By the way, it's a pretty sweet package. You don't need to worry about anything. Why do you need to keep sourcing bash profile? Because of screen. And that's actually the issue I'm working on right now. And that's what this thing is talking about. Just look at screen RC file. So do I have a screen RC file? Nope, I don't. And so does... That's definitely cool. Well, with the exception of term equals, what I think is normal. All my aliases that are gone. Aliases are particular to a given shell. So, do I just, can I do this? Can I close out of this and just do screen bash? Whoops, no. Debian 1 screen bash ccd? No, that doesn't work. Oh, also, screen test. Nope. Willing to relocate, working on the OS team has been a dream since I started coding. Yeah, totally, then yeah. I think you'll have to relocate. Like, I'm not an expert on this, and like I could talk to people if you want me to, but Yeah, I think you'll have to relocate. I think that my bash profile isn't being sourced when I run screen. This is definitely true. So this is true. And this is that issue I ran into here. Find out why bash profile isn't getting sourced by default when I SSH. It wasn't when I SSH. That part was fine. The part that was an issue, it turns out this was just a problem with screen. So now I need to figure out how I want to fix this, if at all. I think it'd be really easy to just do... Whoa, I was like, I should not have this printing out on my command line, now that you can see any of the other characters over here. But that's totally fine, because I actually showed that on my screen already. So, what I need to do is create a screen RC that does this, apparently. So let's try this out. Let's do Debian1. Let's echo all of that to screen RC. Now let's close this and do Debian1 again. And now I should be able to use CCD. No, screen and then CCD. No, darn it. Command not found. Oh wait, bash profile isn't even listed there. Oh, that's the issue. Okay, so echo comma space bash profile to screen RC. To put it on a new line. There. Okay, so now I can try this again. Debian1. We'll get there. We'll get there. Screen CCD. Still not found. Well, maybe we won't get there. More screen RC. So this is apparently not how this works, or I don't have a bash profile. ls bash profile. No, I have one. And it, yeah, what? Is this not what you do here? Oh wait, what this is? Oh, I'm being stupid. I need to source these files. So I need to give another point to MCS Mike now. I'm gonna break this habit. If you could do that, it would be the best. Well, wait, ProSam. So what do you want me to do exactly? You just want me to ask our. So one thing I know for sure is the majority of the OS jobs, yes, are in Redmond. That is where the OS team is located. Then some of the jobs are in India, I think. So if you want me to ask, are there OS jobs in the UK? I think, I'm trying to look at it from an employee perspective, I'd probably, if I were working there, I'd probably just go on the jobs listing page, but that would be an internal page. MCS Mike, I'm going to eradicate that word from my vocabulary. You'll see. Okay, so let's change this to just source bash profile. And then close out of this, connect again, run screen, run C. What just happened? Why does this not work? And what was that just happened there when I ran screen? And yep. So if I ever did a stream with a buddy of mine and we were about to get into a car and I said hop in Mike, then I'd screw up 2 people on stream. Well. Alright, I still don't know the answer to this. And this was not very helpful. So let's just look up screen RC Linux. What is the format of this? Post your screen RC with screenshots? Why are people doing this? Screen-T bind. Do they worry about their profiles at all here? Profile bash. I didn't even know you could do this. This is actually probably really helpful. Although no one seems to be using this to source their other profiles that they have. Bin bash. Yeah, which is weird. Or maybe, oh, maybe they set their shell correctly. T shell 0 bash. I don't know the answer to this. Is TypeScript worth learning? Yeah, I think so. Can't believe there's an entire thread devoted to this. I can't find my answer still. They say shell dash. Here they say shell bash. Let me try that out. Let's do vim screen rc. Delete that and just say shell bash. Is that all I need to do? Does this work all of a sudden? Now I do screen. No. It's already bashed though. Do I use it? No, I haven't used it, which I know might sound counterintuitive if I say it's worth learning, but I haven't learned it. But I have a lot of stuff I need to learn, and I don't have the time to do it all. Okay, so I still don't know why I don't get my bash profile in here. Does anyone mention source? Restarts, reloads screen. Man. Yep, I don't know how to do this. Is it common? I mean, I've decided to get over myself and start learning, start getting into JS. Score 1 for Adam. I have to choose what to deep dive into. I think you can just start with JavaScript. TypeScript is kind of like, you don't need to have started with it. I think you can just annotate any functions you want. So let's say you have just a normal JavaScript thing here, which is like, I don't know, a log text, console.log text. This is JavaScript. I'm pretty sure TypeScript, and I'm making up syntax here, but I'm pretty sure TypeScript is just something like this, where you can add in what these things are and what they return. And I don't know for sure, like I said, but I'm pretty sure you could add in whatever you want. So that later when you try calling log5, this will actually give you an error in the TypeScript compiler or whatever they call it. And it'll say 5 is not a string. So you'd have to use whatever they allow for anything here, a star, I don't know what. Again, I don't know the syntax here. Or if you tried saying something like var result equals log hello, it would say, oh, well, that's a void function. It doesn't return anything. You sure you want to do that? And I'm filling in a bunch of blanks myself because I haven't learned this thing. But what I'm getting at is that you could take JavaScript and annotate just whatever functions you choose to annotate. That's my understanding of it. I think you can add shell-shell to your screen RC and have it be treated as a login shell. Chris, thank you very much, first of all. Second, let me try this out because that's what people are saying here. And did I not do that? What did I do earlier? Screen RC. I said shell. Oh wait, what? That's what this thing is saying here. Okay, let me try this. And now we try screening this thing again. Screen. Oh, it worked. Ah, points to Chris. And thanks for following PvPLO. Okay, so that was it. That's all I needed to do. I should really write this down somewhere. So more screen RC. Yeah, let's put this in wherever I've talked about shell, which let me find that in my notes over here. So Ansible VM setup. Wait, no, not talk about shell, talk about screen. DigitalOcean, Unix tools. Aha, I found it. So screen, great. To make it so that your bash profile is automatically loaded when you launch screen, you'll need to edit your screen RC. file to include this line. Okay, and then there's a reference here for that. Reference number 1, which is what? These forums? No, not the forums. Well, they are forums, but they're different forums. Also, whoa, there's like, I see a bunch of stuff off the left side. Thank you for following, everybody. Okay, so this was reference number 1. I'm gonna put this here, and then here's an entire thread of people talking about their ScreenRC files. So I might as well take a page out of their book and set that up similarly so that when I start a screen, I can have one devoted to something like HTOP if I feel like it. Different types of bots in the follower alert? Yeah, that took me a long time. A guy named Ranged appeared as following on the stream, but it didn't appear in chat. It could just be my bot lagging a little bit. Is there someone named Ranged in the chat? Nope, there are only 2 R names in the chat. Weird. Okay, so then let's take some of their stuff. So what is this? Screen-T shell. What's the -T option? Name sets the title. Oh, and they just start. Oh, wow. This is actually really helpful. So then what's that number for? What is that number for? Options and then a command and arg. Session owner. No, yeah, what is that 0 for? Num equals which screen it is on? Oh, thanks, Anatax. Which screen? Okay, I don't know why there are 2 zeros. I guess that's the only thing I didn't understand. Let me try this out. I'm gonna make another screen file, ScreenRC. So let's try running what they have here. So if I do this shell, let's just call this bash. Whoops. Bash, and then we'll paste this here, and I want this next one to be called HTOP, let's say, and I still just want to run bash. What does this do then? Oh, cool, it worked. 0th, 1st, 2nd tab of the multiple shells. So what if I'd specified, oh, I did specify the same number twice. So if I up this to 1 and then rerun this, doesn't seem to do anything for me. Maybe it's because the same number isn't allowed more than once. What if I change this to 3? Nope. I don't understand what that does. Alright, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay, and then it puts us into whatever the last one is, I guess. Oh, select 0 is what I want to do at the end there. G select 0. Alright, what else do they have here? Startup message off. That seems pretty helpful. What other things can I do here? Activity alt screen auto detach. What is this caption always stuff? So you're killing screen and reloading, or just disconnect and reconnect? Oh, I'm doing this just for the sake of testing. I will eventually just launch screen when I'm on a box. What is hard status? Screen-XRR. I use screen-RD when I connect. I'm not sure what's best or anything. Well, anyway, I've looked into this enough. I think I can just use what I have now. So let's try this out one more time. So startup message is off. Let's disconnect and reconnect. So the startup message did not happen. It did not also seem to select what I wanted it to select. Maybe I change this to 1. I don't know. It's still called bash. What happened to the -th top? Maybe you actually killing the screen or just disconnecting? I'm just doing Control D. Can I kill all of the different screens that I have running? Kill all regions but the... This is not helpful. Won't reload the screen, RC? You aren't quitting? I'm apparently not. So yeah, then that was the problem, huh? How do I kill all the screen sessions that I have? Screen-ls. Oh yeah, there they all are. Disconnect doesn't reload. So I see. Then I wasn't testing anything that entire time. Okay, so yeah, how do I kill all this? D does not start. Attach. Huh. Seems like I have to attach them in order to kill them. Interesting. So screen ls. I think I'm just gonna kill this entire session. Okay, there, that's better. And it had already selected, I don't even remember at this point. Let's just reconnect. I think I'm in the bash one by default. Yeah, I am. Okay, great. Hey, McFinest Gold. All right, so then I am pretty much set for this. I just need to do cat screen RC so that I can copy paste this onto Windows and check it in. So startup message off, shell-shell, screen, yeah. Okay, and then how do you put comments into this file with a pound? Cool. Okay, let's copy paste it. Check in my own screen RC. Make sure this gets uploaded to each machine. And I want to always launch screen from... Well, anyway, let's make a new file. Save this into infra, Ansible, roles, common files, scripts. It's not really a script, but whatever. Screenrc.sh. All right, so startup message off. Turn off the startup message. Without this, you won't be able to use functions from your bash profile at all. When you... Is there a period on that? No, not on that. Because that is Latin for and. Okay, so without this, you won't be able to use functions from your bash profile when you launch screen for the first time. And I'll say here just -t is title. The number is the... And this I didn't totally understand from what you were saying, Xanattax. Let me see what you were talking about. 0th, 1st, 2nd tabs of multiple shells. The number is the tab number when you have multiple shells. Oh, wait. Maybe what you were getting at then is if I do this and I change the 1 to 5, and then I completely get out of this and connect again, run screen again. Oh, I see. Oh. The number is the number that shows up when you press Control A quotation mark. Got it. Then it all makes sense. If you want to use jQuery or any other third-party JS library, you have to download the defined. Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Also, ProSam, I don't know if you answered my question from earlier. What exactly would you want me to ask someone? Yeah, I don't think you did answer that. What exactly would you want me to ask someone on the OS team? Okay, and I can make one more here that's something like BL deploy. This should be 2. Great. Select the first screen tab. Yeah, Xanattax, I'm familiar with that. Okay, so we're good. I should put that as CA here. No, actually, I'll leave it like how I had it. All right, so now we need to put this on in upload common scripts. I put the bash profile in both BL deploy and remote user. So I should probably put the screen RC in both users as well. Questionable. I don't know where I'd want to do this exactly. But upload screen RC for BL deploy, sudo yes, source equals screen RC, and we dest home screen RC. And do the same thing for remote user. Remote user, and then we change this to homedir / bash profile. Yep, delete that. Okay, cool. Let's try this out. Why do you start bash in htop tab rather than launching htop? I mean, yeah, that would probably be better. I was thinking because I don't necessarily want htop running, but let me try this out. So if I change this to htop and then close out of this, Debian1, screen, cool. But then when I close out of this, yeah, that's why. Because when I close out of it, I won't have CCD. So I thought I'll just launch it when I need it, but I guess it doesn't really matter. I actually don't want this here. Let's just close that out. And if they have any OS teams based in the UK, but also what would Microsoft be looking for, and if any C++ side projects would be useful. Oh, so as far as what they're looking for, I could tell you about that stuff. If you want, you can send me an email. I'll send you my email address. And yes, C++ side projects would be useful when it comes to the interviews. That's pretty much true for everything. Okay. Adam's got connections to powerful people. Well, no, I used to work at Microsoft, and I still know a lot of people who are on the OS team. In fact, they just moved to a new building, and they were complaining because the new building is worse than their old building. Can I have your email? Only if there's a need, the Ultra Lord. Alright, so we're going to check this in. We're going to make sure that this thing works. And then I think it's food time. By the way, what do you guys think of Zeef? I have hosted him a couple times now, and I've never asked you guys what you think. Whoa, that is not what I wanted to do. I want to just load up that, or whatever. Added a screenrc.sh file that will get uploaded as part of upload common scripts, so that when I type screen on a remote machine, I'll have access to my bash profile. What's a Zeef? I hosted Big Zeef yesterday. Big Zeef. He's a Twitch streamer. Wait, didn't I host him? Did I not host him? No, I hosted him. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so when I type screen, I'll have access to my bash profile. Okay, and I don't know if this works yet. We are about to try it out. So all I need to do is go over here and type git pull and hope there are no errors. Good. And then launch basically anything like this, for example. Let's launch this. And as soon as we see upload screen RC, there it is. So let's try it out now. So now on Debian 3, if I want to, actually let's just connect a new. So screen CCD. Oh, that did not seem to work. What just happened? Do I have a screen RC here? I do. Wait, what? It did work. I just don't have access to... What? But this isn't my bash profile. Why doesn't it work? Now I have these commands. That was the whole reason I added the screen RC. And it didn't work. Huh. I don't follow what went wrong here. I don't really think it's worth looking into this. And somehow when I connect to Debian 1, this exact same thing does work. No, it doesn't. I broke it. I could have sworn this was working at some point. I definitely tested this. And I guess I broke everything. How did I break everything? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is worth fixing. I mean, these things are done. Did I write this in here? Yeah, I did write it in here. It doesn't even work. What is my shell? Echo shell. It should just be bash. Maybe the problem is that I need to specify -L. Yeah. Superman, that's what I was thinking. Let's try this out then. So vim, this thing. If I actually just change my shell, I wonder if that would be all it takes to do this. Shell -L. I wonder if that'll be applied to everything now. Nope. Or I'm not testing that correctly. Yeah, no, I'm doing this wrong. Or that would have to be in quotes or something. Shell is probably only applied to new windows. Xanatax. Yeah, I think what Spurtman's suggesting here, I just need to put this maybe. And I think that might work. Let's try that out. Whoops. No. Cannot exec bash-L. No such file or directory. Someone must have done something like this on all these forums, huh? I don't actually need to specify a number. Do they start with arguments to the quotes are probably not needed, but how does it not get interpreted as a command or whatever? So let's close out of that. Debian 1 vim screen RC. Yep, that was wrong. Let's try that again. Okay, that works. So then we just need to check that in. So I don't even know what this is for then. Without this, you won't even be able to use... I don't know. This seems pointless. I'll just remove my comment. The -L at the end of bash is to get it to simulate a login. That way you'll have access to the bash profile. You can never type bash correctly. Functions. So I should just copy paste this into here. So to make it so that you'll need to edit your screen file. Alright, then I'll just take my point back then, Zanatax. I'm kidding. Okay, so this is good. So then I'll check this in and we'll try this out and then we'll be happy about everything. Fixed screen RC, not worth commenting here. Nah, it is worth commenting here so that bash log simulated a login. Okay, so now let's try that out again. I know this seemed really stupid and circuitous, but it's not. And here's proof that it's not, is when this thing finally works. You ready for this? There, it's there. Okay, so yeah, Debian 3, screen, CCD. It didn't get the updated script, which probably means I'm running on the wrong host. That's not possible though, right? 192.168.1.30. Remote user. Where did this copy? Oh, I never get pulled. Oh, right, get pulled. Okay, problem solved. Aha, there we go. So now we type Debian 3, and then we type screen, and then we type CCD. Everything works. Great. So let's close out of these things. We're good. Try what kind of bash you have in a new window. Yeah, okay. So, by the way, anyone who cares to watch me on Saturday playing a game instead of making a game, there is, whoa, Better Twitch TV loads polls in line. I never clicked that button. What are people voting on so far? Yeah, so as of now, I'm pretty much ignoring this top option. Not because I don't want to do what people want to see. It's that one of my requirements is that I own the game and that it's something I could hopefully finish in a day. So I will probably not be playing Factorio. But yeah, it's looking like Super Mario 64 now. And then if there's any time after that, Pokemon. I think Pokemon could be interesting. I think what I might do if I were to play that, like, I'll probably ask you guys, I'll make another poll on the day of that I'll only have going for like 30 seconds saying, how do you want me to play the game? And so in Super Mario 64, it would be like any percent versus 100%. And I am very terrible at the game, so like it doesn't matter. But Pokemon, it'd be like, play in fast forward mode the entire game, or Nuzlocke, or whatever. So we'll figure this out. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be one of these two games because I don't think the other ones are going to get enough votes. No Hearthstone? No, Hearthstone's not going to be there. Like I said, the next time I stream Hearthstone will probably be me spending all of my gold when the expansion is out. I am like 500 gold away from max. Alright, so this problem's solved. Alright, I need to get lunch. It is currently 1:22 for me, which is past lunchtime. And I'm pretty happy with how things went so far. Oh, you know what I should do? Should I kill this machine? Yeah, probably. What's next on my list? Fixing that bug. Ansible has this. Don't care. If I don't specify a database, that equates to nothing. I think this is fixed. Yeah. Put passwords in the vault in quotes. Add a script for initializing the database. Change REST server so it ensures we have promise. That stuff I can test locally. Update a note. Make them reach out to the overseer. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to kill this then. Kill all. Save ourselves some money. This actually doesn't even save money. If they're not offline for... Anyway, I'm not going to even finish that sentence. Okay, let's take a look at the lunch list. So it is these people. If you are trying to type lunch BRB now, you are too late. So let's get the unique people from here. Remove from lunch BRB. Alright, so BRB lunch 45M. That went on the wrong screen. There we go. Okay, great. Well, then I will see you guys after lunch, and then I'll be streaming again for, well, after lunch I'll be streaming. I mean, I'm not going to stop this stream. I'll be streaming for about 3 hours. Yesterday I streamed for longer than I intended on, and today might be the same way. Also, what is going on with my machine right now? I think this is able to handle everything. Yeah. Okay. Adam, wait. Oh, hey again, old man. Welcome back. All right, yeah, I'm going to refresh this to give myself the extra 30 seconds that I should have. There we go. So see you after lunch, everybody. Okie dokie. What is chat saying? Hey Patrick, I don't think I've seen you here before. Time Patrick. Hey Bukar. Usually the same way as Adam. Oh, wait a second. I don't think I've seen this person either. Huh. Hey, DHIZ. Yeah. No, Weedley. And Hazine. Okay. Well, let's pick up where we left off. So close out of these things. All right. Cool. So let's see. This bug, get user, doesn't check to see if the user exists. I am going to try running this locally, but I need to delete all of the users from the database first. No, I don't. I don't need to do that. All I need to do is say get user, and how do we revert this to what it used to be? Just close tab. Yeah. So get user 100. Could not verify token. Okay, fine. Get super token. So how do I increase the size of these things? This UI is bonkers. Wait, you can't. Response font size 18. Oh, that's not bad. Let's make it 22. There. Yeah, that's much more usable. Okay, so I take this, I put it into get user, I put it in the header here, send, save. Yeah, so this is the bug that I'm going to fix. Cannot read property is valid of undefined. So this is in this code. Is account valid is called from here, which is in get user. If the user doesn't even exist, that's when we have a problem. And we know for sure this is undefined. So yeah. So get user, what is the allow part here? Yeah, I need to send something. If the user doesn't exist, how do we even... The only way you're allowed to get your own details if you're you. Okay, so I need to do if not util.exist user. If is super user, then we can say rest.send a upper box. Adam, although I don't like leaving the stream, my mom told me that my grandpa passed, so I'm taking time. Oh, whoa. Sorry to hear that, Bukar. And it's kind of a strange way for you to say that. You should always feel free to leave the stream, even if it's not something as serious as what you just said. But Yeah, I hope your family's doing okay. 404 is what this should return. Error, no user by that ID. Else. Rest.send. What do we send? 500? But then you'd be able to know. Is account valid? Or is super user what? How does this work? So we get the token. Then what, we don't validate this? How do I stop someone from getting... Okay, here, let's try this out. So if I try getting user 1. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Also, I can close this, I guess. Yeah, I thought that was going to happen. So if I get user 1, that's okay. Now if I try... Where's my super token? So I copy this and I just get a regular token for Adam. Good. So here's the regular token. Now if I say get user... Oh wait, does get user require that I'm a super user? Something's just weird here. I'm not sure what exactly. That's done here. Authorized token. Yeah, so I should be able to do this then. Send. Huh. And if I try getting 2, what does it say? Not authorized. So it does know whether I'm authorized or not. I should write this down. This can be called with either a super token or a regular token. Yes, Van Hoff, there's no Bang 100, but there is the straw poll still. All right. User ID, got it. What verifies that you can even do this? We get the user, and then something will return to us. If we try doing this, it'll say not authorized. And where do we do that? Not authorized. Oh, authorized token middleware. Oh, so at this point you're authorized to do it. Get user. Yeah, okay. So if we got here, we know you can do this thing. So if you don't get this, then it's actually not possible. So rest.send. And this should just return from here. Okay, yeah, so this shouldn't be possible. Actually, we can put the return here. So this shouldn't be possible. If we got to the then it means that we used a token for a user that exists. Or that we have a super token, and then we're only allowed to fetch that particular user. Or that we have a super token. The only way this may be hit is perhaps if the account was completely deleted. Hey Capillara. It's not done yet? Oh wow. Did you stop halfway through the movie? Okay, so let's take a look. Authorized token middleware. How does this work? Authorized token payload with the user ID. Yeah, so I should say, whoops, what just happened? The only way this should be possible is if the user's account was deleted after they'd gotten a valid token for that account. Yeah. I just opened 40 salvage packs. I didn't get reclaim, regen, damage, or EMP. Was I just unlucky? Yes, you were. So item data.json. Reclaim damage is rarity 3. Reclaim regen is rarity 3. And EMP is rarity 4. And the distributions are these. So there's a 10% chance that you get either rarity 3 or rarity 4, and there's some chance, I don't know what it is, maybe 10 to 20%, that the item generated is actually bot coin instead of an item. So it is pretty unlikely with 40 packs that you would get this. However, you should have more than enough duplicates to be able to buy anything you need. Because yeah, I haven't been touching salvage packs or the money that I'm accumulating in forever. Yeah, I have 133 money. So I can, let's see if I'm any luckier. Let's take a look. So reclaim regen is at 3, and where's damage? And EMP. So it's 130. Let's open all 10 of these things and see if I got any of them. All right, so I still have 1, 3. Oh, I got EMP. So I actually am slightly luckier than you. But yeah, there's no guarantee of that. I could have gotten 10 EMPs just there. Actually, could have gotten up to 30 probably. Okay, so I think I fixed this bug. Let's try it out. So right now the repro is I just hit send here, or no, not that. I close this and then reload it. All right, and it says cannot read property is valid of undefined. So let's rerun this, and then that should be fixed. Nope, it's not fixed. That's not right. Why is that not fixed? I have right here, if not utilize this user. Let's just do a console.log user. It must exist. It's kind of weird though. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So I'm somehow not running the code I think I'm running. That's probably even worse. Central server. Oh, right. Right, because in order for any of this stuff to run, I need to run my watch commands. So let's do this stuff. Let's just run the... Yeah, let's just run that. All right, there we go. What is that program called? This is Postman. Unexpected token semicolon on 1584. That is right here. Oh yeah, I forgot a parenthesis. Good job, code. Okay, so now it should work. Send. Cool. No user by that ID. Perfect. So now what if we did this? This is gonna be very interesting. We're gonna go back to create token. Gonna say get user 1. This is gonna work. Whoops, that didn't work. Hang on a sec. Copy. Why is this pasting in weird stuff? Come on, I right clicked and went to copy. Copy. Is that not on my clipboard right now? Yes, it is. So when I go to get user and I select all and hit paste. Okay, whatever. That was weird. Okay, now I gotta delete the user. How do I delete users? There's no way to do that. Yeah, there's no way to do that. I could just manually delete it. So MySQL-u root-p password use botland select ID comma user from users, show tables, describe users, select star from users. Yeah, so let's remove ID 1, which is probably not going to be easy. How do I even do that? I've forgotten all of my SQL. Delete from blank, or yeah, okay. So delete from users where ID equals 1. This will fail because of a for key constraint on bot-base. Yep. So we go into bot-base, select star from bot-base, and we say delete star from bot-base where user ID equals 1. Wait, is this supposed to be quoted? What? What did I screw up here? No, it's not supposed to be quoted. Oh, just delete from. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now I should be able to delete the user as well. Okay, and now when I call this, we should get a 500 error with no explanation. Yep, perfect. Perfect. Which we could tell you that the resource doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. Thank you, Stellar Annihilation. Hey, Original Pepper. What is that you're using for REST? Yeah, it's Postman. Consider you're changing your password from a bunch of stars to something more substantial. Okay, so I think I fixed this. We gotta remove this console.log, and I want to check in this code. Just make sure it looks good. Yep. Yeah. So now I accounted for when a user doesn't exist. In the central server, I was not accounting for what happens when you try, what's the API called? /users. When you try calling get user on and the user doesn't exist. Now you will get an appropriate error, depending on whether you tried using a super token or a regular token. Okay, there we go. Alright, see you, Capillara. Enjoy the rest of it. Okay, so bug is fixed. Cool. Ansible has a -L argument, which allows me to specify only a subset of hosts. That way I don't need something like install matchmaker at all. I could instead use a group for that. Let me think about what this is trying to say to me. So I have install all, which calls into each of these individual ones. If I instead broke this down based on hosts, I think I could get rid of these things. Unless groups lets you specify roles, which I guess would make sense. Where did that go? Ansible roles. Can you specify? You specify them based on roles. I don't think there's something I should be doing here. Like what I was thinking is I could run Ansible playbook -I prod host.ini -l overseers, for example, and this would just install overseers. Whereas what I'm doing right now, and then I pick a playbook, install .yaml or something like that. Anyway, what I'm doing right now is this, but I'd say install overseers.yaml. So could I get rid of 3 files by doing this? I don't think so. Or maybe I could and I'm not thinking about this correctly. So here is where I define these roles. Yeah, if I got rid of this file, I would need to define the roles somewhere. If I got rid of the files that I have, then I'd still need to define roles somewhere. And I'd probably still have 3 scripts just to run those for convenience. I think this is possible now that I give it some thought. I think that I can just do something like this. and have multiple sets of things here. I think I can do that. I don't know if that's possible or if that's recommended. But I think this is a nice collection. It does involve picking exactly what it is I want to install. But that's kind of what I'd already be doing. Yeah, I think I like this better. Let's find out if this is proper syntax. So I go into install overseer, and I just copy paste all of this. So, and let's say hosts here are going to be, I don't know, just something. Account servers. Oh, hey, Spurtman, you use Vim all the time. I had a question about something. So let's say I have this file, like right here, pretty much. Oh, actually, first of all, are you paying attention? Paging Spurtman. Okay, I don't think Spurtman is paying attention. Well, fine. I guess I'll just write this out anyway. So let's say I'm in Vim and I have the line below. Okay, cool. Then yeah, let's say I'm in Vim and I have the line below. My cursor is somewhere at the beginning of the line. It doesn't matter, of the line. So I press $ to move to the end. However, Vim puts the cursor between the R and S. So if I wanted to, let's say something here, overseers. So if I wanted to change just the overseers part, how would I do that? How would I do that? Wheatley, yeah, I can skip the ritual. Twitch has a shortcut for this. So yeah, and I can show you exactly what I mean if I just do this in Vim. So I'm in Vim and I have this line and I hit $. Wait, what? No, that didn't happen. Wait a second, what? Never mind. The $ is putting me at the end of the line this time. I was trying this. No, something's wrong. Oh yeah, now it's only moving to. What? Oh, this is all based on what my line endings are, apparently. No, wait, no, it's not. What does... I don't know what's happening. If I press $ here, it puts me between the R and the S. And then what's weird is if I wanted to, you may shift A to move to the end of the line. No, that I know about. But the bad thing about that is then I'm in insert mode. So like okay, here's what I want to do. I have the cursor here and I want to change just the word servers on this line. So what I want to do is I want to do like a, I mean, I guess I could do like F underscore, or no, wait. Yeah, I could do F underscore LCW. That's five keyboard shortcuts. Whereas if I do Shift A, then I have to leave insert mode or backspace a bunch of times. And yeah, you're right. I probably do have a carriage return in there somewhere. So with Windows lines, this works fine. But I am on a Linux machine right now. Oh well, I just didn't know if there was a better way to do this. Also, is there... So there's a shortcut, T moves like one character before the specified character. F moves 0 characters before it. Is there one that moves 1 character after it? Does this exist? I guess I have the opposite of that. I can use $ shift F underscore, or no, shift T underscore. Yeah, that's what I could do. Okay, so then I can do 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's still 5 shortcuts because I have to hold shift down for all of that. Oh well. Anyway, none of that was important. What I wanted to do is copy this into here. That pasted weirdly. Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to try to be a Vim expert. So is this a valid task? I think, or a play or whatever they call them. I think it might work. Install Overseer. So now I need to try running this. Ansible playbook install Overseer -i devhost -k -l overseers provided host list is empty. That's actually correct. It is empty, and I don't really want it to have anything in it, but I could do that. But then if I do the same thing for -l account servers, provided host list is still empty. Oh, it's underscore. All right. Install overseer.yaml. So this should be that way. Still thinks it's empty. What is going on here? It says account servers. Did I type it wrong and install Overseer? Hosts account servers. Roles account servers. Weird. Maybe this isn't a thing I can do. Oh, or maybe it's complaining about this. Overseers. No, that doesn't make any sense. I probably just shouldn't worry about this. Although it is kind of weird that it's saying that. What if I got rid of this? Oh, yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why. I know why now. Okay. Yeah, so -l I don't think is going to help me here. Set is keyword -equals underscore. What is that? Does that add underscore to what is considered a keyword? I don't know what that does. Okay. I don't think, I'll say maybe I could put all plays into the same playbook. So the above doesn't work with the -l option because it thinks that you don't have any hosts for a particular play, which I think is weird. Do I think that's weird? No, maybe not. That's kind of par for the course with Ansible. Oh, it removes underscores from what's considered keywords. Oh. Hey, Swimus. How's the game coming along? Well, so the game hasn't... I haven't worked on the game part of the game for a while now. For the last month and a day, I think, I've been working on DevOps. And I think I'm still a decent ways away from being able to see the light. Oh, I see, Spurtman. Yeah, I like having the option to choose. So in Sublime, if I have this word, or even camel caps, so Alt left will move by what I guess you're calling a keyword. Control in a direction will move by an entire word. So if I just want to change the word camel, I can hit Alt right, Alt Shift right, and then change it to something else. And if I want to change this entire thing, I can hit Control Shift left, and then change the whole thing. Something else. Foo bar. So I like how Sublime does things. Actually, I do like how Vim does things too. I think Vim is a good text editor. I've been streaming my game development lately. Just got some basic assets in. Oh, nice. I don't know if I've seen your stream. Also, when did you first join? Wow. 6 months ago. Okay. Wait, what? You followed me on day 1 then, apparently. Oh, really? Spent 1 minute in chat, but followed me 6 months, 2 days ago. How is that even possible? Oh, because it's probably... Okay. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I'll have to check out your stream. For example, play that looks like this. This is gonna just screw up. So for example, I'll just say this. If you have a play with hosts, overseers, and you start Ansible by doing -l account servers, there's no underscore, then it will think you have no overseers and throw an error. Let's get rid of these things. All right, so to cancel this, we're not going to use that, and revert everything I just wrote, which is nothing. Okay, that was easy. So add a script for initializing the database. Let's fix up. Yeah. I could do this. I don't know if I want to do this. I don't think I do want to do this. But I do need to write this in my notes. So at the very least, let's copy this out of here and document basically everything that's happened. I don't think it's a good idea to add scripts for this since it will happen very infrequently. Why haven't you upgraded to Sublime Text 3 yet? So I purchased Sublime Text 2 maybe 3 years ago, and I don't see a big reason to purchase the new one. And it's also still in beta, and it has been in beta for like 2 years. And yeah. A long time ago, it was because it was freshly in beta and I didn't trust it. And then I would have had to update all of my plugins. King Valve says, Adam, did you try the playbook command with the account servers and not account underscore servers? I think I tried it with... Actually, that's a good question. What did I try it with? I did try it with account underscore servers. Yeah, maybe I'm typing this in wrong then. Oh. Yeah. Points to King Valve. Oh man. I have not been catching that stuff today. So then let's uncancel this and then probably do this because I think this is probably a better way to do things. So yeah, I'm just finding lots of red herrings. I mean, I should still do this after writing things down in my notes, I think. No, I shouldn't. The note should come afterward. Okay, let's change this up. So I have these 3 files, Overseer, Matchmaker, and Account Server. So I want to put all of them together. Install all is going to be changed, I guess, to just install or just like production. This does simplify things. This greatly simplifies things. And good job, King Valve. That's a very keen eye you have. I'm going to go one step further and give you a light token. There. Okay, so we have install all, and we have the individual. What just happened there? Oh, install overseer, install matchmaker. So all of these things can be condensed into just sort of an install file. So let's do that. And probably, what do I want to do? I have 4 files that I'm condensing into one. So I could do a git rename so that I have history on one of these, but I don't think that matters. I think I'm just going to save one of these as just install.yaml. I feel like now I could make a dev and a prod version of this, and it would be relatively easy to do. Things just keep getting better and better. So yeah, let's just do install. Or start, or provision, or something like that. Provision. Because this installs and starts up. I'll call it provision. Okay, and then let's get rid of these things. So there's account servers, there's the overseer, and there's the matchmakers. Except for I pasted this in the wrong file. Well, let's paste it here. Okay, so this runs all the single commands. You can type, nope, that doesn't matter. Sets up, installs and starts each endpoint. All right, not bad. If you want to run this file, I'll just say Ansible tip. If you want to run this file and only target a specific type of endpoint, then either change your host file, or I'll just say this, then you can specify the -L option on the command line so that you don't have to change your host file, your inventory each time. E.g. Ansible playbook foo.yaml -L overseers. All right, so this should be much cleaner. I, of course, need to test this out, but other than that, I think this is good. Okay, so let's do this. Install all 4 of these scripts are going to go away. Tortoise git delete, remove, okay. And now I just have a provision script, which means that my Ansible scripts are going to need to change these things. So this turns into provision, and so does this. I guess it would have made sense to rename the install all script to provision. Would that make sense? Yeah, I think so. Okay, it's kind of a minor thing. I'm going to do it. So how do we do this? I can kind of trick Git. If I call this install all, then it should be tracked. Nope, it's not. Can I revert? No, I can't. Okay, well, it already knows. Then we need to revert what I've done. Give us install all back. Now rename this to provision. Cool. And paste. All right, let's check that in. Yep, so condensed 4 files really into this one, and then updated some scripts. I only just today learned about the -L command for Ansible, which lets you choose which groups from an inventory you want to include. This knowledge makes the scripts, makes the individual install scripts obsolete. Yeah, cool. Push. Why is chat so quiet? Also, what has chat decreed? Has this changed at all? I don't really need to keep looking at this. Yeah, I think it's going to be Super Mario this weekend. Thanks, Mr. Cheap. Also, is that Botland? Yes, that is. I should have closed that. Okay, so we can close out of these things. And now that this is done, we can test it. Where did I write this down? Yeah, this is done. Okay, let's run this. So let's do a git reset -- hard. Gonna git pull. How long did it take you to know how to do all this, Adam? Well, so Ansible I started learning, I'd say about a week and a half ago. And whether or not I know how to do what I'm doing is kind of still up in the air. But yeah, in general, it took me a very long time. You have that amazing new PC and you're not going to multiplay The Division with us? Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't actually have any interest in playing The Division. What is the next game that I'm hyped about? I guess Yooka-Laylee. I'm like super hyped about that. That's coming out in I think 7 months. Is there anything else that I'm excited about game-wise? No, I think Yooka-Laylee is the next big thing. Okay. So that's done. Now I need to test that out. Note to self, I'm never going to be a good programmer. No. That's a bad philosophy to have as a response to what I said. So, in general, and I'm not beating myself up here, I don't ever think I've considered myself to be like a great programmer. I think I'm pretty realistic about things. I have like a decent skill set when it comes to a bunch of different things, but I don't have a lot of depth in any of them. And I think a lot of it is just if you're going to be a programmer, you need to say to yourself, I am going to end up learning things the rest of my life. You can't stick to one technology for the next like 20 years and just hope it stays around. You got to keep learning stuff. And as long as you do that well, and you don't necessarily need to stream yourself learning it, which I think adds a lot of pressure, then I think it'll be fine. Of course, I guess that's also discounting all of the soft skills. Like, you can be the best programmer in the world and the most annoying person in the world, and then I probably wouldn't ever want to work with you. In fact, I've had people like that I've worked with before. They were good programmers, and I hated their guts. But I guess that's kind of obvious, and it goes into any job. / unfollow. There are no MMORPGs available in Linux. There are all the web-based ones, which is to say, probably bad MMORPGs. The last 30 seconds should be included in every resume you submit. I think my next resume is just going to be a flash drive, a 400-byte flash drive, and it's just going to have one file on it, and it's going to be a link to a YouTube playlist of all of these videos. That'll be my resume. I'll say, yes, please watch these 600 hours of videos and then get back to me next year. Movie's over. So what do you rate it, Capillara? Scale of 1 to 10. Scale of 5 to 7. Alright, so I'm in the process of testing this. So let's do dev hosts. And let's set up, does this even matter? I think it does matter. Let's try this out. So if I change this and I just try running bash Ansible dev, this is gonna fail. Wait, what? That didn't fail. Play account servers. Is that just what I happen to type first? It is. Okay, well then let's modify that. Move this up to here and see if this still causes a failure. Oh, it knows that no hosts were matched. Interesting. Huh. So now, despite that I didn't really want to do that, I just did it. So now there should be a REST server. Yep, there it is. All right. And if I do PM2 list, it should only be running that. Yeah, nice. Wow, cool. I should probably name these things. I didn't realize it. Whoa, look at that. There's an invisible table here. You see that? There are lines and stuff, but you can't see the lines. Wow. Ghost tables. Alright, I'm going to stop being amazed by that. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, name things in PM2. Expose a name in PM2 so that PM2 list shows something that makes sense. See you, Weedley. Huh. Also, where was the part about noting down all of my Unixy stuff doesn't work too well with Kanu? Yeah, it doesn't. Honestly, the thing that would convince me the most to switch to Linux is I think having to develop for Linux all the time. Because it's been kind of tedious. Although I guess if I were on Linux developing for both Linux and Windows, I'd probably want a Windows machine to go into, and then I'd get frustrated. I think no matter what, you'll probably always be frustrated with whatever machine it is you're not using. So if I'm mostly a Linux programmer, I'm probably going to be annoyed when I have to do things on Windows. And if I'm mostly a Windows programmer, I'm probably going to be annoyed when I have to do things on Linux. All right, I want to update these notes. That's what I want to do first. So let's look through all of the stuff that I wrote up here. So the -L argument, I think that's a good thing to write down over here. If you want to, so Ansible, and you know something that's kind of annoying about OneNote, shift scrolling doesn't work. So if I shift scroll, it goes vertically, and anything else, it goes horizontally. Oh well. You can also use this to-do list as a resume. Yes, excuse me, I have a bunch of things that I have not done, but I wrote them down. This is impressive, Adam. We'll hire you right away. To use for ensuring that the state of a machine is what you think. It is not necessarily meant to be used as a task runner. For example, you may want to make sure that a MySQL server is running and has certain user/table setup. Ansible can do this via a module, but that's probably all part of setting up an entire system instead of just a single endpoint. Okay, so let's write this down now too. You can choose just a subset of certain groups from your inventory if you'd like by specifying the -L. This better not capitalize that. Good. The -L argument. e.g. -l. And then I don't know how you're supposed to do this with Ansible subset of groups. I don't know how you're supposed to do this with multiple groups. All I know is that, yeah, I don't know where to find this. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. Come on. All right, let's go to docs.ansible.com. Let's search just this subset site docs.ansible.com. Best practices. -- limit. Oh, I see. Oh. Wait, how do you limit it to... Can you limit it to multiple things? Maybe you can just specify this multiple times? So what if I said -- limit account servers... This won't work. What's the last item in your to-do list? There's no real... Like... I think there are some things down here. Some low energy stream items. TypeScript. That's the last thing. Echo. Last item is delete list. Last item is open champagne. Alright, I don't know if the limit can be specified multiple times. Let's just load up Ansible Playbook and find out. -l. Further limits the selected host group patterns. Do they show this being used? I don't know. I don't know if you can specify this multiple times. Ansible Playbook provision YAML idev host -k -- limit account servers -- limit matchmakers. Can you do this? This will fail. But okay, then what if I say overseers here? Can you just specify this multiple times? You can. Okay. Or does it just take the last one? Let's make sure. Overseers account servers. Oh, it does just take the last one. Okay, so can you limit it like this? It appears as though you can. But again, we need to verify that that's correct by doing this. Yeah, okay, I think that works. So then, or -- limit argument, e.g. -- limit overseers account servers. So it looks like you can just put them like that. That sounds good. You'll be the one working on the UI, like using Photoshop and such. So I won't be using Photoshop to work on the UI. I'll be implementing the UI. So the main contractor we hired is the UI designer and also sort of the art wrangler. I believe they call them art managers. So yeah, he'll be coming up with the UI vision, and then I'll be the one implementing it. And that'll all happen in the next few months. Last item should be profit. Okay, so that's been documented. What else do we have? Put my vault file in here. It doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. That should be fine. Or should it be fine? Let's go back to DevOps Ansible. Also, I need to keep zooming in on this. I wonder if there's a way for me to set that once and have it run everywhere. Let me take a look in here. Is there a setting I can do for this? Options. Display. Oh, general. Font size. So if I set it to 14 by default, and then I open a new notebook, I have no idea what this... Oh, wait, maybe that's a font size that I type. Well, that's not what I want. How do you change the font size of... Man, I don't know how to do this. Oh, well. Yeah, the issue I have is I go to another note over here, right? And then, well, this one I've already opened. So when I open a note that I haven't opened before, then it eventually looks like this, and I have to zoom in on it. I guess I don't want to change the font size. I want to change the default zoom so that it's 156 exactly. What's this thing? Oh, that's useful. Okay. If I ever wanted this menu to take up the entire screen, despite not having that many items in it. All right, so what was I going to write down? I was going to write down the part about specifying a database host. And I think this is what I've got to do here. How to run it on my local machine. Local bash dev. So I need to say something like database host equals IP address. Who's there, Echo? There's one thing I could have counted on from people in chat. It was to always answer knock-knock jokes. Judge Bacon has screwed that up. Also, Echo, this is like exactly this. This already happened in chat. I'm disappointed in all of you right now. Okay, so yeah, I got that documented. What's next? Put passwords in the vault, add a script for initializing database, didn't want that, find out my bash profile, so set up this for existing script. Is it better? I think they're about the same. So this stuff's all done. Is there anything else to document here? Different inventories. Yeah. I need to write what I do to initialize the database. That's the part I gotta write down. And that's what I have here. Initialize the database. This creates the database user and connects actually too, doesn't it? Init database. Yeah, and runs a connects migration. And over here, it's just this. Okay. All right, EJ, what's your really funny CS101 joke? Oh, wait, never mind. I read that wrong. Okay. I thought it was a CS101 joke. I came up with some jokes in CS101. Can I share any of them? Does that fit into comedy notebook material? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can share any of those. Alright, so then this is done. Include the name change for Bitbucket Botland deploy key. I think I did that. Home Botland. So put these things on there. Yeah, this is already done. Of the Ansible deployer machine. This is the machine from which you'll be running Ansible. I use a Linux machine for this because I never felt like installing Ansible on Windows, given how hard it sounds. Is it really that bad? I don't think CS101 is bad unless you have a lot of programming knowledge already. Because I remember liking CS101. Then again, it was also, well, I liked it. Okay, make the account servers reach out to the overseer. So I'm not actually at that point yet. I need to finish up these things. Change the REST server so that it ensures via a promise that it can connect to the database before it exposes the REST server. And then expose a name in PM2. Yeah, so let's look at the... Wait, I don't have PM2 here. Accounts. PM2 start. How do I specify a name for that? PM2 start help. How are you supposed to get the help on a particular thing? Output usage information. PM2 start -H. Yeah, what are the options? Output usage information. How annoying. There's a bunch of options here. It just doesn't tell you what they are. I just want to specify the name for this thing. I could use a JSON file for that. I think that's overkill. How do I find... this is not worthwhile to even look into. This is not helpful. Do you have an Updesk? No, I don't. My immediate response was going to be, do you have a Henway? Then again, I like stupid jokes. So let's try starting just something. Where do I have... I'm not going to even worry about this. I don't care about this. I'm just going to cancel this. Canceled because the PM2 docs are pretty bad. Okay, so changing this so that it starts up with a promise. Capital R. I don't know if that was delay from the stream or delay from how silly the joke was. So I don't have a promise here. Oh, I'm kind of laughing, but I don't know what the joke meant. I said... Oh, hey. Start. Dash name. Oh, look at that. Points to Spurtman. Oh. Spurtman was snarky. Take 1 point away. Any suggestions on how I could find the latest YouTube video posted on someone's channel for a bot? No. No suggestions. If they have an API, use the API. And if they don't have an API, then scrape the page in such a way that you're deterministically going to find the last video. Adam's not a cheater. I earned these points. I can do this all day. Okay, let's do this. They have an API, but it's hard to use. I think that's what I would do because here's what's nice about the API. Let's just say youtube.com/adam13531/latest is the API that they give you. And this returns some video, like watch v equals blah, blah, blah. Well, let's say that instead you scrape my page and you find a video that way. Well, an API is guaranteed to work the way they tell you it's going to work. So if they ever change how their page is structured, the API is still going to work. Whereas if you scrape the page and it gives you, and then they change their layout, it might be totally different. So I suggest using the API even if it's difficult. For each video, it returns URL name and the length, not posted date. Wow, that's weird. URL name and length. Oh, you know what? There's probably another API to give you. So you're saying an API for list all videos. I just typed all of that wrong. KL list. What is there an API for get details about a specific video? The lul part is going to happen regardless. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, I made it worse. Okay, so we have dash dash name equals. So here we're going to say start dash dash name equals account server. Well, I'm talking about fat hens, okay, Capillara? Okay, just leave me alone. Just shut the mouth. Alright, so this is good. PM2 start main.js, name equals matchmaker. Cool, and then finally an overseer. Great. Let's try at least one of these out. How would I do this? Let's not try them out. I still don't seem to get it. Okay, I'm going to fully explain this. Hen way is supposed to be roughly equivalent to hen way. So what's a hen way is supposed to be? So there you have it. Here is the full explanation. I just find this so funny because puns only really work if you know the language. Oh my god. Oh man. All right. Oh, that's too funny. Oh man, I don't know why I got such a kick out of that. I just can't stop. I just, for some reason, I still picture Capillara saying like, what's a hen white mean after that? All right, I'm like in tears. I'm laughing so much, and this is not even a funny joke. I gotta just gotta stop thinking about it. All right, I was gonna test this code. Oh man, TM2 start. Okay. Roles, overseers, tasks main.yaml. Oh man, alright, let me go get a tissue for a second. Okay, I gotta look at chat now. What's going on? Okay. Let's say name equals overseer. Alright, just calm down, Adam. Alright, let's run this and hopefully everything starts up just fine. I just gotta do a PM2 list here. We should eventually get overseer in the list. And huh. I think I need to kill this then for this to work. EJ, that was the second joke I was gonna bring up. I think I already mentioned that on stream once before. Pull yourself together. Alright, let's run a giveaway. There. Zatron wins. So PM2 list. There it is, overseer. Okay, good. That worked. So we can check this in. So I decided to uncancel this. Uncanceled because Spurtman saved the day. And now it's done and we check it in. Cool. So everything that I start with PM2 via Ansible is now given a better name, a more understandable name for the PM2's list function to show. Oh, so let me close this door. You can't ever know what's in that other room. You know what looks really cool is the mini-map view of this. Because in the mini-map, it's not ASCII art anymore. It's just a font. Everything's fully connected. Change the REST server so that it ensures via a promise that it can connect to the database before it exposes the REST server. So I don't have promises in here, but maybe I have it in here. Require Bluebird. Oh, I do. Perfect. Huh. How did you make that? Oh, I just looked up like ASCII art generator and probably, yeah, I clicked the first link and I just typed 100 days and then found a font that I liked. So you can go through a whole bunch of these. Oh, whoa. You got like Zalgo fonts in here. Some pretty good stuff. Okay, so getting this to work means the database Raptor that the database dinosaur can't just connect in the constructor. because there's no way for me to return from that. So I need to call a connect function. Do I use the database wrapper anywhere else? I shouldn't. Populate database. Ah, I apparently do. What is this? Oh, this is its own script. Okay, central server, that makes sense. Database wrapper, is there any test script that uses this? REST test main. Oh man. 3 different classes use this. Hey Zep TV, thank you for following. Alright, let's do it. Let's make sure there's no outstanding code, as always. Yep, nothing. Adam's been discovered. The 50 are onto him now. What? Oh, the 5-0. Oh. Oh. Wait, Pro Sam, you don't like it? Do I have a connect? I need to know if it is connected too. And this should only ever be called once for right now. I don't see a reason to connect it more than once. Is there a cable running over the keyboard? Yeah, that's a microphone cable. Also, this is very taut. Hang on a second. Okay, I can't fix it without unplugging it. Make it so that microphone cable go in the way of the camera. Yukamurai says, what kind of game are you making? I'm making Botland. It is a strategy game around automation. And thanks, Sep. Yeah, hopefully you weren't around for my laugh attack. Not one of my finer moments on stream. Given that it wasn't a... whatever. Okay, so connect. This is going to need to return a promise. Let's include the promise. And this should work just by virtue of... Wait, I don't necessarily need Bluebird to be here. Although that also doesn't hurt. Okay, so we're no longer going to connect by default. We're going to do this here. So successfully connected to connects. So we're going to return this. And let someone else handle this. Or we throw it... Yeah, no, this is fine actually. Yeah, I think this is fine. Would you say that C# is similar to JavaScript? No. I mean, not very. All programming languages are kind of similar to one another, but I wouldn't say they're very similar, no. Why don't I automate Lunch BRB? Yeah, I should do that. I just haven't gotten around to it. Okay, this is it. That's all I need to do. So, note, this just constructs the database wrapper. It does not connect to the database. For that, the connect function should be used as it returns a promise. Something that we can't do from a constructor. Okay, so connects to the database. You must call this after constructing. A promise that will be resolved once the connection is successful. Okay, so that's it. That's really all I had to change here, but then I need to change all of the colors of this. Also, why is require connects used in line? That seems silly. Connects equals require connects. That way here I can just say connects. I don't like that. In fact, I want to capitalize this probably. Do I use require anywhere else in this file? No. And yeah, JavaScript doesn't require semicolons. You can just try it here. If you do console.log hi, it's the same as doing it without a semicolon. There is one weird thing you can do that'll shoot yourself in the foot in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, function foo, if you say something like return 5, then great. This works exactly how you expect. Without a semicolon, it works exactly how you expect. If you do something like this, you'll think it's returning 5. This returns undefined. This returns 5. So JavaScript has implicit semicolons, and in this case there will implicitly be one added here, which is the same as saying just return. We're not going to return anything, just return from here. And then you'll have 5 on its own line after this, which is valid JavaScript. You can just put 5 on its own line. I've not been here for your laugh attack. Unfortunately, your typos every now and then, and the following confusion usually gets a smirk on my face. Well, I'm glad. At least someone can benefit from this. Foo is just supposed to be a nonsense word so that you don't worry about what the function does. So, or a variable or something like that. So let's say I did something like this and then I said return bar. I might be trying to demonstrate that, oh, hey, here's how the return statement works. Hey, ignore all of this stuff that you see up here. These don't matter. This could have been something like an add or a sum function that takes in like an x and a y, and then we do things like this, x plus y. But instead, since none of that really matters and I don't want to distract you with any other details, I might just say foo here. There is a school of thought that you should always just name everything to be more descriptive, even in your examples. But when I'm typing things out really quickly in a text document like this, then I will usually use foo. And yeah, there are ways to get around what I was just mentioning. Like if you do this, foo.bar, there won't be an implicit semicolon put here because that would make this part invalid. But yeah, as soon as you comment this out, then you would just be returning foo. Okay, so I have done this. Now the database wrapper that I use from here, setup database wrapper, we need to do all of this in a promise. So we're going to do this dot setup database wrapper. That's going to return this dot connect. So this won't be too hard to do. And then we can do a dot then from here. Where we say creating the REST server. And really, this could be promise-based as well, although I don't plan on making that change right now. It's what? Server.js? And in the constructor, what do we do here? We probably call listen and then a finished listening. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we should change it to a promise as well. I'm not going to do that right now. Yes, but for tutorials, that's really bad. I agree. Because I like to know what I'm dealing with, and if the function name is irrelevant, then it should be called a relevant name or something, yeah. It can be a little confusing when you try to make something irrelevant by explicitly saying it. So in Python, every once in a while, you'll have a function like this, something that returns, I'll do it Pythonically, something that returns multiple vals. And it's just return 1, 2. And I believe this is valid Python so far. And so let's say this is really like a user's name and a user ID, and all you wanted was the ID. You'll sometimes see code like this in Python where you say like underscore comma ID equals something that returns multiple vals. Or you might even see something like ignore comma ID. And it's very weird when you have something called ignore in the code. So I don't know. I would typically not do it in a tutorial. But then again, I very rarely write tutorials myself. Unless they're for myself. which is all of my OneNote. Okay, there, that's it. That's all I want to do here. So then anywhere else this is used, I also need to do it there. So thankfully, it should only be places where I do new database wrapper. So let's search for that. Okay, so here's one. And we need to do database wrapper dot connect dot then there, that's it. That's not so bad. Okay, there. What's up next? Main is already done. Yep. And finally this. This is the last one, setup database. And we already have a promise here, which is nice. So I can just say this. Return database wrapper.connect dot then. There, and everything should work the same way. Perfect. So now I should run all of these things that I just did, because there's a pretty high probability that I messed something up. So let's start with the central server. We'll close this and we'll just call run again. Huh, I screwed up. No, that's why we're doing this. Database wrapper, so connection information. I should have just done this. There. Okay, now run. Perfect. It worked. However, I don't see where it said it connected. Created a connects client. Is that what it was supposed to say for connection? Successfully connected is what it's supposed to say. Oh, there it is. Play.botland is botland. Play.botland is down. No, everything's working for me on it. Is it working for you, Fatality? And yeah, I totally know what you mean, desoxyephedrine. I had a hard time dealing with promises too. It's a very interesting paradigm, and it's kind of hard to wrap your head around at first. And every once in a while, I still run into some issues. Let me deploy my bots. There. Every once in a while, I still run into some issues. Most notably, I think this is the issue that I run into the most, where I say something like promise.resolve .then, and I have something here where maybe something that can throw an error. And then here I have a catch for that error. And then I have another .then afterward where it's like, if the error above was fatal, I don't want to run this. But if it was something like user did not exist, then maybe I do. So this is something I think is a little bit weird. Bluebird has a way of dealing with this, and it has something like operational errors that it can handle. And I don't know. But yeah, I think promises are a really, really cool idea. All right, so we have this started up. So that was number one. Number two is populate database. So the only way for me to test this is to kill the database. So let's kill the database, drop database botland. And then we just run blc run db. And if this works, then I think we're good. It should say successfully connected. Good. And now let's take a look at the database. Use botland. Select star from users. Yeah, okay, that worked. Nice. Okay, one more thing to test. And that is rest test main, which I don't even know how to run anymore. Let's go find out. To run this program, look at this gulp files task that calls into this. There are a lot of helpful comments in there. Good, thanks, Adam. All right, let's go into here now. I think rest test. Here it is. It's actually test rest. Where does this exist? Here. Copy database folder. So if you have any problems running the server and you need to check the rest server's logs, just run pm2 logs. I think what I should have written here is that this assumes that you... Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay, so we go to blt gulp test rest. I have a pretty good feeling this isn't going to work. Let's do this. Now this should use a ton of CPU. Yeah. This is the first time I've seen this computer go up to that much. 78%, 79%. Huh, is OBS still doing fine? Yeah, and this should level off pretty quickly. 50, 42, 36. Yep, because it's almost done finishing up all the builds. I think it should be done now. So we can minimize all those. Yeah, fatality. That's on the blog. Bot.land blog. Oh, it worked. Wow. Okay, I think I'm just going to write a comment in here. Test the rest server. This calls into this, which will set up the rest server itself. Set up database, set up rest server. Oh, it used to run with a totally different rest server. This does not require the rest server to be running in a separate process. The only requirement is that everything was built, which it takes from the, yeah, this is what's annoying. It takes it from the dist folder in here, so it requires basically all of the code because of what it might be testing. However, you are required to have built the code. Hey Walshy. And yeah, bot uptime is that, but actually my uptime is the same today because there weren't any Twitch blips. I think this is why using ES6 was potentially a bad idea. I don't like all these steps that I have to do, extra steps I have to do to get the code to run. I don't mind it for the client. For the client, it's totally fine. But for even servers, I need to just launch in weird ways, and it's just not good. Once Node supports it natively, my build process is going to get so much easier. Or theoretically, should get easier. But yeah, I think that right now things are a little bit difficult, and they don't have to be. Anyway, I tested all this out, so let's check this in. Yep. Wasn't a very involved change. And this isn't really part of this. Convert it, so changed database wrapper so that instead of connecting via connects in the constructor, it connects via a connect function that returns a promise. That way, the rest server in the rest server that backs the account server that makes up the account server isn't started without first having a solid connection to the database. So I'll check that in, and I'm also going to check in that minor change that I just made. Clarified a comment for running the rest tests. Thanks for the follow, HSINBRS551. What could your name mean? The Hussein Bros. That's what I'm going with. What build steps do you need to do with ES 5.5 that Node ships now? Not many. So all of these command prompts that just started up with all these different colors, these all exist so that they can watch my JavaScript files, and then when one of them changes, they can produce the ES5 file that corresponds to it. And what's annoying about that is that everything gets put into a totally different folder, which that alone is already obnoxious. So Central Server has source code in here, right? Main.js, for example. And if we open this up, it's code that you can read. Oh, set up database wrapper as a function and calls into this stuff. Great. This puts the code into a dist folder in here. So now there's main.js that got put out from this in ES5. And now here's the same function we were just looking at. And there's a whole bunch of cruft around it and just garbage at the top of all this too. I don't like how that looks, and I don't like how it has to put it into a new folder. So what's annoying is in my source code, I can do something like import, foo from bar or /shared/bar. In the code that this turns into, I need to make sure that this path is still there relative to how it used to be, and it's very annoying to do all this. Oh, are you talking about the game server? Yeah, so ES 5.5 is what I'm using for the infrastructure. So I've actually regressed a little bit because I thought it'd be a lot easier to do, and it was a lot easier to do. I did not do any struggling with JavaScript for the sake of the infrastructure. I did a lot of struggling with Ansible, and a lot with Amazon, and a lot with whatever else, but not with JavaScript. Whereas I did do a lot of that with the game and the client and the account server. So yeah, there's a lot of just annoyances there. And that's that. That's why I just shouldn't have used it in the first place, probably. So that part's done. Let's clean up the to-do list just a little bit. We'll put all these things at the top. It's actually easier to move items down than it is to... Excuse me. I have something in my throat. Hang on a second. Okay. Okay, so then all this stuff has been moved, and where are these new lines? Yeah, these. So we want these up here now. Okay, make the account servers reach out to the overseer if on AWS. Yeah, so here's the part where we get back to working on the infrastructure. So the account server reaching out to the overseer, this is going to happen very similarly to how the matchmakers work. This should be very similar to how the matchmakers work. The problem is that these are in two completely different code bases. That's actually the biggest problem here. And yeah, thanks. Happy 100 days indeed. Yeah, I think that straw poll is pretty much done. As in, I don't think there's any way we can change the outcome of it now. I can paste it in again, but it doesn't really matter. I think we're going to Super Mario 64 this Saturday. So how would I solve this? Okay, first let's take a look at what I would need from this. So I have the Botland infra, and the matchmaker when it starts up makes, well, it has a REST server. It has a REST client as well. The REST client is something that I'd like to be able to use. So this is coming from here. It is relatively simple. I could make it so that the code here differs from the others. What about the random PC game? Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I could do a new poll that includes a specific PC game like Factorio, But I don't know if I want to play that. I don't think it's the kind of game you beat in one day. I think Super Mario 64 is. So, solutions. One would be just rewrite the code for the account server. Two is make sure both repos exist when the account server is needed. And know how to include files between the two. This would make development pretty hard, I think. And three would be make a new repo, make a sub repo or a new repo that just contains the shared code. So let's see, the matchmaker when it starts up. We have, it makes a REST server to listen, and then it, after that, tries reaching out to the overseer. So that's the matchmaker startup. Do I have that written down in here? Flow. Startup flow. Let's write this down. So matchmaker startup flow is start the REST server. Start the REST server first, since the matchmaker, since endpoints are responsible for registering themselves with the overseer. So once the registration happens, the matchmaker needs to be listening. Then start a REST client and call /register. So call register with overseer. Where does this call into? It calls into this .rest client.register with overseer. The matchmaker has a REST client. Yeah, this call /register. Okay, fine. Then a REST client? What did I mean by this? Then make a REST client. And call /register on the overseer. So then the overseer gets that, and it says, what? Oh, endpoint monitor handles this. Register, yep. The overseer's endpoint monitor gets the /register and determines if it already knows about an overseer. Does this ever mention matchmakers in any other part of this? Yeah. If it already knows about this, whoops, not overseer, matchmaker. If it already knows about this matchmaker, then that means that the matchmaker crashed without realizing it. Or I guess the matchmaker was lost without realizing it, meaning there could have been a network split, partition, or maybe the matchmaker just lagged. In this case, the overseer will promote a secondary matchmaker if it has one and tell the connecting matchmaker to kill itself. It's very harsh. That way it can be restarted in a clean state. If it already knows about another matchmaker, then the connecting matchmaker will be a secondary, a tag petrol. And if it doesn't know about any matchmakers, including the connecting one, then the connecting matchmaker will be made the master. trigger words. Okay, so then the matchmaker gets this information back, and it gets it back here. And what does it do with this? It returns the response and register with overseer. So register with overseer comes back to here. We set the master state that we got back from that. So the matchmaker sets its own master state based on the response from the overseer. Oh, okay. I think that's true. So this same sort of thing should happen with really every endpoint. There's no difference here. A REST server, not a REST server, I shouldn't call it that anymore. An account server starts up, and it should follow almost exactly the same flow. So it'll start its own server first, but it will not register itself with ELB yet. Then it calls into register, and then the overseer is going to do exactly the same stuff it did before, and then the overseer is going to say, okay, I know. Wait, no, there's no concept of master here. Oh, there is a difference. There's no concept of master / secondary account servers. So register is going to be a little bit different, but the basic flow is the same. I don't think it's worthwhile to refactor the code. Yeah, Spearman, that's always going through my head. From the infra depot repo. All right, so then there's one last piece of information that I've got to remember what it is that I was trying to go find out. So not only do I not know it, but I don't remember what it was I was trying to figure out. And oh yeah, REST client. Does the account server have a REST client already? Would it need one is my first question. No, it wouldn't. So it shouldn't have one. So now let's go verify if that's the case. That is probably easier to do so here by going into central server source. It has a server, a database wrapper, and something to orchestrate those two. So it has no REST client, so it would need one. And it would need one from, what do I use on the, there's a lot of stuff to look through here. The matchmaker uses one in the form of, I thought it was Super Agent. Oh, it is, but it's taken from here, I think. Super Agent and Super Agent as promised. Okay, so do I have these on in this code base? Of course not. The game server probably has it. If I go into node modules, there it is. And the client probably has it if I go into node modules. Yep. So the account server should have it too. Alternatively, here's something else I could do that I never thought of. No, this would be super frustrating, but it is possible. I could move the account server into a totally different repository because it does belong in the infrastructure. It's not going to be running on random people's machines. And actually, neither will game servers. In fact, I really structured this pretty poorly, I think. I think game servers belong in here. When I started writing the code base, there was no central server. Our plan from the very beginning was to have people host Botland servers themselves because we thought it'd be too expensive for us to host them ourselves using Amazon or something. Then, about 2 or 3 months into development, I want to say something like 2 months, we figured out that, okay, yes, we should host it ourselves. It allows us to do so much more with the game and ensure that people can have a better experience too. Because when you log on to someone else's server, there's no guarantee. Is it always online? Is it going to be laggy? What kind of games are they playing? Are people cheating on those servers? So we think, oh, and then also there's the other, if I do write a security bug into the code and it allows you to take over the machine, well, it's not, I mean, it's pretty bad for me if you take over the Amazon machines, but at the very least, you're not getting access to arbitrary people's computers. So potentially, I should consider switching this over. No, it didn't need one. I think the best thing is to add that client in and use the existing REST server that's on the account server. A purple football. Yeah, so here's the thing I'm considering that I think is a little bit crazy. Should I move both servers into the info repo? Let's consider this for a second. Yeah, it'd be really bad if there was some kind of virus like that. Okay, so I would have to... So considerations are test code is in the Botland repo, and the Botland repo currently contains ES6 code that requires Babel, even for servers. So if I were to move it, I'd have to consider questions. Do I convert from ES6 to ES 5.5, or do I instead run a bunch of watch tasks? And where does the test code go? It's actually a little bit less concerning. Or is it? I don't know. This is a tough problem. Another question is, do I even do this? Okay. Just got back. Why can't you have one gulp task watch for everything? Well, one reason I didn't do that originally is because I thought it'd be less modular. Well, it is less modular. So I thought if the code base ever got to be very large, and let's say you were only working on the client, you should only need to watch the client. But I wonder how hard would it be to code some of this stuff differently. The problem is, okay. So as for converting, oh yeah. Do I even want to move the servers from the from Botland to the info repo? Yeah, so let's number these questions. That way I can, so Q3, if I do this, then any shared code that I had is going to be wiped out. I don't think this is going to happen actually. No, the game server isn't just infrastructure. It's also used by the client. Even though it's called server, it is used by the client in order to simulate a lot of the goings on. I don't think I should move the game server away. I think the client relies on a lot of it for running single player. going to get rid of that part of that advertisement. Oh, I can't do that easily, can I? Botland is the century now. Yeah, hey, playing risky. It makes sense for the client to rely on this. For some of it, at least. What about the central server, though? What does the central server even use? Central server has source. It has 4 source files, and that's it. It doesn't sound like this would be hard. Also, an images folder. I don't know what that's for. Dist is used. Oh, and a bunch of database stuff, too. Which presumably isn't relying on anything in shared code, is it? Nope, 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 and nope. Yeah, so that part's fine. What about these? These definitely require something from shared. Logger and util, which I'll still have. In fact, I probably don't even use anything besides util.exists. We can find this actually much easier by doing this. There, here are all the functions that I use. Has at least 1 day passed. Oh, then there's another util. This is salvage pack util. This doesn't totally count. Let's find out where that's done. Wait, that doesn't even exist in here. What's going on? Util dot. What is going on here? Oh, it's just in a comment. That's why. Oh, so this doesn't count. So it's util.exists and util.has at least 1 day passed. And has at least 1 day passed, I'm pretty sure, is a function that I only use in that. So I could always, yeah, I can move that out. Oh, that's weird. That shouldn't happen. Botland infra. Okay. Yeah, so there we go. I'm using it from central server and the test code as well. I could always move that. All right, so where else am I writing this? For converting the account server, I would have to move util.has at least 1 day passed and the test for this. So there's that. The rest test I probably have to remove as well. What else do I have here? Main.js, what does it include from shared? Logger, I don't need to worry about that. Ensure passwords are secure. No, this would have to be moved. What made you choose Sublime over any other IDE? I've been using Sublime now for about, I want to say 3 or 4 years. And I really, really liked it. I think one thing that's nice about it is I'm very comfortable with it. And another thing that's nice is I've used JavaScript IDEs and I don't think they help me much more than Sublime. This isn't really needed. This is a very silly thing. When I'm running in production, this will never help me with anything. Because I'll have firewalls and everything set up as well. I mean, yes, it does help to check to make sure that my password is not the word chickens, but this was a different time. So let's go back to here. So that's there, but it's not really needed. Item template depot. That's something that's going to be a little bit different. Item template depot. This relies on the log interface and the item template itself. Item template probably relies on some stuff too. Yeah, util and hardware constants, and hardware constants relies on hardware data hardware. Yeah. Okay, so these things are Yeah, because the REST server, the account server is this thing that's in between. It deals with game code related stuff to make sure that you're not doing anything you shouldn't be allowed to do. Whereas the matchmaker probably doesn't care about that. Alternatively, I could put everything into one big repo for code. Swall says, I used Sublime for a while, but they moved us to Eclipse for class, and I feel like I'm super spoiled with the IDE now, but we're using C++. For C++, I would definitely use an IDE. I think just for the very purpose of like go-to definition of function, because it's so much harder to find where things are and switching between header files and C++ files. And like, but it's also a typed language, so it can be easier for you to glean what to put where. The other thing that's nice about Sublime, as opposed to IDEs, is depending on your computer, IDEs can become very slow. And Sublime always seems very zippy. Okay, so after looking at this, yeah, I think this is kind of a weird thing. I need to move a bunch of item-related code, e.g. hardware constants, item template, item, salvage, pack generator, etc. But the salvage pack generator isn't shared code really. Why is this shared code? Where is this used from? It should only be used from the account server. Central server, inventory util, which is used by the central server. Yeah, and then I test it, and that's it. I'm not so sure about this stuff. And then this was just one of the questions. Do I convert or do I run all the watch tasks? And then I need to update the tests and everything too. Okay, well, another question is, assume everything took zero effort to code. Which would make the most sense? Just out of curiosity. So the account server is a mixture of infra code and botland code. It needs to know about bot configurations. So it needs to talk to the overseer. So it's an infra endpoint in that sense. Actually, that's kind of the only sense that it's an infrastructure endpoint. It needs to know about bot configurations. So it serves as an entry point for clients. So there are many game-related actions that you may take that it has to validate, e.g. Bot configurations, generating items, saving scripts. That's another thing too. I don't even have this in the, yeah, I think, so based on the above, I think the account server is more game than infra. Yeah, infra does stand for infrastructure. Wow. It's cool, Reacher. Okay, which means I don't think it should move repos. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's my conclusion. So then another question I have here is, should new code be ES6 or ES5.5 in the account server? And should the game server be anywhere else? I have deploy repositories for those. No, I think things are split up relatively well right now. Yeah. Yeah. I think you can say where it is. So why did I get onto this question? Oh, because of this. Does it have a REST client already? No. And I would need to add one, and I have one in the new code base. But that's okay because I should have one in the shared folders here, right? Is there a REST client? There is a REST client. Well, we've just struck gold. There's a REST client in the shared folder, although it does something very different from what we need it for. Playing Risky says your next project is going back and making Botland a completely modular system for future projects. One of the things that this gives me an appreciation for, just working on Botland and trying to make a solid game and a relatively good code base, is that the last company I worked at, I feel like I know how their code base got to be in the situation it was in. I'm not saying anything good or bad. I'm just saying, like, I understand it, and I understand there are decisions that you make and you think like, okay, these are good at the time, and then maybe later they end up working, maybe they don't. Alright, so I don't think I moved this. But I do set up a REST client, and I do have it register. And it only registers for the sake of, yeah, okay. So then, yeah, here's what I have to do. So give the account server, give the AS a REST client. Have this register with the, this isn't even step one. I think step one is convert the REST server in the AS to be promise based. That way we can ensure that it's started before starting our client. Then give it a REST client. Have the REST client register with the overseer. Expose a /health API from the server that responds with 200. Yeah. I think that's it for now. By the way, there's no way any of this stuff, no, I shouldn't say any, there's no way all of this stuff will get done by the end of today. And there's about an hour left today. But on Friday, what I hope to be the case, my goal for Friday would be I start a REST server. I said that wrong. I start an account server. It reaches out to the overseer. The overseer says, hey, I've never heard of you before. And then adds it to the load balancer. And then the load balancer just immediately starts routing traffic to it. And everything's good. In fact, I don't even necessarily need to do this, do I? Yeah, I do. Okay. Does the account server has a REST client? I feel like I should write this down somewhere about why I'm not switching code bases, because I'm going to need to reference this at some point in the future. All right, let me take a look at my notes and see if there's a place I can show you guys. First, I just got to read over what these are. I think I can show this. Yeah, I don't think there's anything private here. Okay, so then I'll show this. So I'll make one here for infra versus botland repo decisions. Could you remind me of the shell console replacement you use? Hey again, in E3. Yeah, I use this. Research says I forgot to attach a description for that link. Wait, what? That doesn't even exist. Did this link wrong? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that link is wrong. I don't know, maybe the old one you linked will work? Aha. Yeah, I'll read this afterward then. Read what Reassure linked. Huh. What's going on with the last part of that link? It keeps changing. Weird. And yeah, everything I've read about monolith versus microservices has been start with a monolith, even though microservices might be better for you in the long run. But I'll have to read this article. Also, an E3 researcher suggested cmdr.net. I tried this out because someone else had suggested this to me. Maybe about a month ago I tried this out. And I didn't like certain things about it, but it's very hard for me to say what it was I didn't like exactly because I have customized my Conemu setup. And I could share that customization with you. It's just a settings file in here. If I right click this and go to, actually this, it's just this XML file. So I changed the font, I changed font sizes, I changed a bunch of shortcuts. So maybe if you don't feel like doing configuration, this might be better, but if you do, then actually this pretty much is just Conemu, so they're probably about the same. You know who I haven't seen in a while? Last seen partial data. January 6th. Wow. Yeah, he's the guy who made this video. Well, no, he didn't make the video. He made the thing in the video. All right, let's close out of some of these things. I can start to work on this. Oh, wait, no, I can't. I wanted to write the notes for this thing first. So this note talks about why I'm keeping the account server and game server code inside the Botland repository instead of the Botland infra repository. Mention, so I just gotta write this down here. To do mention the fact about the deployed repos. Basecamp.com. Basecamp.com. I've never heard of them. Leading web-based project management collaboration tool. Okay. I actually haven't heard of a lot of companies, so that's okay. So test code is in the Botland repo. So yeah, I'm just gonna copy paste all this in and then format it. Should have used Lambda for the REST server. I don't think does it make monetary sense to do that? Because I guess, from my understanding of Lambda, you can just run some like arbitrary code if you want. But I have a whole bunch of setup that I need to do. Anyway, let's hack this into a note. My big questions about moving the AS and GS were, and I'll just refer to them here. Were these. So just paste these up here and then turn these into proper numbering. Which setup would make the most sense? Similarly, should new code be in ES6 or ES 5.5 in the account server? Don't convert the whole code base. Lambda would be a bunch of DB connection jungling and high latency for spin up. It's good for REST servers for smaller things though. Okay, where does test code go? Do I even want to move the servers from botland to repo? Okay, so in answering these, in answering Q3, I realized that the account server is more game than it is infra. The only real infra part of it is reaching out to the overseer to register itself. After that, it has to expose a /health API, but it's already a REST server, so there's no overhead for that. However, on the game front, it has tasks like verifying bot configurations, generating salvage packs, validating code that you've typed. Those are all closely related to game code, so it should be able to make use of the shared code in the botland repository. Mike, I wonder how you have to reinit everything, waiting for a DB connection, etc. takes time. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder the DB connection part, because most database connections are pooled and then they're just reused when they're needed. I think embedded systems coding is a very interesting beast, and I've had